Alrighty then, shall we get started? Every time I look myself on stream, I don't even look that great. My head is not even on straight. Why does that happen every time? Either way, welcome back everybody to the finale of... Sorry, just wanted to check. Wow, what an entrance. What an entrance every single time. Every time hour you're telling me. Every time. You just love destroying me that way, huh? Every single time. Either way, welcome back to Phoenix Wright, well, the Great Ace Attorney, the finale of the first game. As I've been told, this one should take a while, so let's see if we can actually finish this tonight. Let's continue on with the final case, where we get that strange man, Mr. Egbert Benedicto, on the way here, who's using a fake name. So we're gonna try to figure out who the flip is he. Let's get back to the game, shall we? How's everybody in chat doing tonight? Oh wait, hold on. Audio is a bit low. Let me go fix that on my end. I want to hear the beautiful music. There we go. I hereby call this court to order as we resume the trial of Miss Gina Lestrade. Lord Von Zeeks, have you successfully subpoenaed the witness? The subpoena was delivered to the communication station where the man works immediately, my lord. However, the heavy rain has delayed the arrival of his carriage, it would seem. I see. Then let us turn our attention to Inspector Gregson's precis of the case heard by the court this morning. The glaring omission of the third bullet in your report is a serious blunder, Inspector. Yes, I can only apologize, my lord. That's all I can do. And although the defense's chemical analysis of the blood at the scene makes for a compelling argument, I cannot permit such untried methods to be used as evidence in my courtroom. I'll shoot him down. It's a big mistake to cross Hurley and me, a very big mistake. Didn't you just hear a big old bang, big shot? Well, I don't have a gunshot sound effect. All I have is this. Imagine that as the gunshot. She'll be like, oh my goodness, she's shooting the judge. Ah! My lord, the subpoena witness has just arrived in the building. And the little brother's like, ooh woo? Thank you, officer. Show him to the stand without delay. Mr. Edgar Benedict. I didn't expect to be crossing paths with him again so soon. And certainly not like this. By the way, audio A-okay with everybody? There he is! We got the four peeps over here. Thank you for complying with the court subpoena at such short notice, sir. But of course, my lord, as an upstanding member of London society, it is my pleasure to oblige. Now, kindly state your name and occupation for the record. Ashley Graydon? That is not Egbert Benedict. He's been using a fake name. Mr. Graydon and I both work at London Central Communication Station. Now, perhaps somebody will kindly explain what all this is about. You were apprised of the situation by the court officer on your way here, I presume. Yes, I was. Something to do with a murder that took place at a pawnbroker's on Baker Street. And some nonsense about me having been there on the night in question. That is the accusation indeed. This really is beyond a joke, you know. Is it a joke or is it real? Vibrant, I understand you're a bit sad, and apologies about the second year anniversary of your dad passing away, but that isn't really a thing to bring up, like, casually. I am sorry, but also you gotta be aware of what you can say can also bring down the mood of certain things. I understand, but it's like, do you want something from me? Because that kind of brought down the mood a bit. I understand. But just to let you know that on timing, that is not very good timing. But I hope all is well, though. Very well, without further delay, the court will hear your testimony now, Mr. Graydon. You will respond to the accusation made against you under oath. Man, his dance moves were so great, I blew up before I saw them. Firebrand, it's all cool, it's all cool. Just saying, alright? But yeah, tomorrow's the Game Awards, though. Who's ready to see the next Sonic trailer, though? I will not be streaming it tomorrow night, so I do apologize on that. I will not be streaming that tomorrow night because I will be working tomorrow night. But I hope there's a lot of good news for everybody. Especially the next Sonic game. I hope that is good. Gladly, my lord, gladly. But of course, like I said, even if you are a bit down in any way, I hope the stream even helps you a little bit. Like a tiny, itsy-weeny little bit. Naturally, I have occasion to make sure of pawnbroking services from time to time. But are you seriously suggesting that I colluded with these thugs to break into the place on the night of the murder? I have no intention of admitting to such an outrageous accusation, even if certain parties here present claim that my blood was found at the scene. Some Scaramouche detective's homebrewed tincture can hardly be taken as serious evidence. Oh yeah, Dragonite is joining Pokemon Unite. When was the last time I played Unite? That was such a long time ago. So you denied the accusation completely, do you? I must say, I am dismayed. For the highest court in the land to be swayed by this self-professed detective's toy. It was the will of the jury, and our great British justice system demands that the jury's will is upheld. Then it would seem we have the misfortune of a most inept assembly of jurors today. By golly. How long am I expected to be detained here? If, following the defense's cross-examination, your involvement in this matter has not been established, you will be free to leave immediately. Good. Then I shall be away in time for afternoon tea. Tea? 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 Some small consolation at least. Let us not hold up Mr. Graydon any longer than necessary, counsel. Proceed with the cross-examination. So we meet again, Mr. Egbert Benedict. Or is it Mr. Graydon? Mr. Egbert Graydon? Mr. Graydon? My apologies, you are... Who are you? Ryunosuke Naruhodo, defense lawyer. We have met. If you say so, Ashley Graydon. Enchanté. Wait, Enchanté? Enchanted edition. So... Wait, he just threw his... he gave me his hat. Can I wear it? I trust we can conclude this quickly. So what do I do with this? But I'm not holding a flashy hat while we do. I am not a hat rack. I am a coat rack. Alright, cross-examination time. Let's do it. The accusation. Naturally, I have occasion to make use of pawnbroking services from time to time. Yes, we even met in the very pawnbrokery where the crime took place on the afternoon of the day in question. Though, of course, you introduced yourself by a different name at the time. It was Mr. Egbert Benedict, I believe. Tell me, what made you... The witness is here to testify about events that took place that night. Dang it, he won't let me... He is under no obligation to answer such unrelated questions. You can't be serious. Thank you, because I certainly do not feel inclined to answer such an inappropriate question. So he's going to be evasive, is he? In an effort not to give anything away. This could be tricky. Is he the final boss? Is Mr. Graydon the final boss of this game? I can't wait to know more about Mr. Graydon. But are you seriously suggesting that I colluded with these thugs to break into the place on the night of the murder? Yes. Have you seen these two men before? This pair? They looked away. No, I don't associate with criminals. But they're blushing though. They're like, Ni-chan, Ni-sama. Said by a man who introduced himself as Egbert Benedict. I'd like to know who I have to thank for this. Who made this outlandish accusation against me? The young lawyer there in the black. This is a farce. Whose idea was it to permit an outsider to work in a British court anyway? Why is everybody so stupid? Well, needless to say, I have no intention of admitting to such an outrageous accusation. Unless... Where were you at around 1 in the morning on the night in question, sir? That is past the hour at which I would normally retire. Certainly. I was not in the company of these rapscallions. These no-good-dooders. These no-gooders. You're able to prove that? Check the bags in my eyes. There's sand in there. The Sandman paid me a visit. Listen carefully, my learned Nipponese friend, for you appear to be under a gross misapprehension at this point. What do you mean? The witness maintains he was not at the scene of the crime. He has no obligation to prove his absence. If your accusation is that the witness was present at the scene, the obligation lies with you to prove your assertion. I gotta present evidence, don't I? You will fulfill that obligation before putting any more unreasonable questions to the witness. Dance. A silent victory wiggle, thanks. So that's what we call it? That's a wiggle. Alright, just to let you know, that was not a dance, that was a wiggle right there. A wiggle. Even if certain parties here present claim that my blood was found at the scene. Blood was found at the scene of the crime. There's no question of that. Mr. Sholm's chemical analysis has positively identified the substance as such. But I am not the only human to have blood running through my veins, am I? How can you be sure that the blood is mine? It could equally be the blood of one of these two miscreants. Every individual's blood has a slightly different composition, it seems. Mr. Sholmes' chemical is able to differentiate different blood samples. Spare me the science lesson. Who is this Sholmes character anyway? Oh, I assume all Londoners would know the name. He's a renowned detective. So even you are unable to bring yourself to say great detective. Ouch. A great detective, you say? Now we're in the realm of fairy tales, are we? Realm of fairy tales, are we? Say what?
Excuse me.
What's going on? Do you have something to say about that, Mr. Skulkin? What? Me? No, the Mr. Skulkin next to you. Right, I've had it up to here with this. How many times I gotta tell? Yes, I know you're not Big Brub Skulky. We're talking to Waluigi over here, Mr. Nash Skulkin. Ew, God blimey, governor. You what? Is it not the case that when Mr. Graydon just spoke, a thought went through your mind? Would you care to share that thought with the court? And me thoughts? I don't have none of them. It must have been him. You what? You what? Mr. Nash Skulkin, answer the question, please. What went through your mind when Mr. Graydon just spoke? Nothing, honest, gov, nothing. I was just thinking. If he waves his arms around like that much more, open up the wound again, that's all. Wait, what wound? Wait, it's like the bullet, of course. It was only 2 days ago and ain't gonna be healed up yet. So I was, well, you know, I was worrying for him, and... Did he just... Oh, L's bells. He just opened up a wound of his own. Mr. Graydon, did you hear that? What? Your comrade is worried about you, it seems. On account of your injured arm. My lord. Yes, Mr. Graydon? I have no idea what these two wretches are talking about. Certainly, I should be expected to answer anything in relation to their mindless insinuations. I shouldn't be expected. We know that someone other than the victim was hit by a bullet at the scene of the crime 2 nights ago. And from the height of the bullet hole in the wall, that person was likely hit in the upper arm or thereabouts. Oh, where's he holding his arm? The upper arm. Perhaps you allow a court official to examine your arm, sir? The left arm that you're currently clasping with your right hand as if in pain? No, I refuse. Can he just do that? Can he just refuse? Can anyone just refuse? Can I refuse not to go to an ambulance after I get hurt? You have shown no evidence whatsoever that links me to these common thieves. Accordingly, I am not obliged to permit any such invasion of my privacy. Ah, he's got a point though. As I've already said, I'm completely uninvolved in all this. I've never had anything to do with the pawnbrokery where this fellow was killed whatsoever. I take offense at the insinuation that I was in any way involved. You claim to have nothing whatsoever to do with Mr. Windybank's pawnbrokery. My lord, the defense would like that last statement to be added to Mr. Graydon's form of testimony. Very well, counsel. Continue with your testimony, Mr. Graydon. Oh, he's getting a bit sussy. The bottom line is I've never had anything to do with the pawnbroking establishment where the man was killed. Now, do you now? Are you sure? Because this has his blood on it, but I don't know if that will work. Let's see. Because Gina was there, but where could he be though? Can I prove that he was there? I don't know if I can right now because all I got are blood samples, that's the thing. So let me just press this and see what happens. Never had anything to do with it. You forget that I was there, Mr. Graydon, on the very afternoon of the incident. Obviously, I am not a complete stranger to the pawnbrokers. I'm currently on the lookout for an armchair to furnish my study. No, you were there to redeem an article. I have no idea what you're talking about. Why would you lie when the man was there? This man was there. You friggin' liar.
Excuse me.
Do you have something to add, Inspector? Come again, Sunshine? You were there too, in fact, weren't you, Inspector, that afternoon? Come on, spill it. Well, yes, I do remember meeting yourself and the pawnbrokers that afternoon. You, your young Japanese assistant, and the accused were all present as I recall. And at that time, this witness, Mr. Graydon, was trying to acquire a particular article. Well now. I'm afraid I don't remember too clear. Are you serious? Are you joking me right now, Gregsy? What? But you must. I'm not going to lie and pretend I remember something that I don't. What's going on here? Gregsy showed us a picture before, didn't he? You know, from the cameras that Hurley installed in Windybanks? Yes, of course. Indeed, and the gentleman pictured bears a striking resemblance to the witness, I must say. You see, he was there the morning before. Exactly, which proves that Mr. Graydon was in the shop on the afternoon in question. At no point have I denied that fact. I merely entered the shop to peruse the articles on sale and have a word with the broker. Nothing more. Gregsy? This makes no sense. I understand why Mr. Graydon might be trying to cover his tracks. But why would Gregson be trying to avoid giving testimony about what happened? That's all he's going to say on the matter, is it? What do you think, Bruno? I think he has no intention of telling us anything. He's well aware that the less he says, the less chance he has of giving himself away. The complete opposite of Hurley then. He seems to think that the more he says, the better. Well, at least I managed to prise a little more info from these witnesses' lips. All thanks to the Skulkin brothers. Yes, they were the key to it after all. So he says he had nothing to do with Windybanks. Well, we know that's not true. Perhaps now will be a good time to have a proper look through the court record. Alright. So now we gotta get the actual proof that he was there besides that one picture though. So let's go to that. Some Scaramouche detective's homebrew tincture can be hardly taken as serious evidence, and then the bottom line. Let me go save here and see what's up. Gotta see which evidence is the right one, though. Let's see. Because he did come here for... No, not the small box. He came for the gentleman's overcoats, but that was the morning of when he... Then we showed the picture already. Then that's the McGilded's case, so that's not gonna help as well. We need more proof. Let's see, Skulkin Brothers gun, the Windy Banks gun. There's the photograph. But can we prove that he was there, though? You had nothing to do with it. You came from the music box disc. And also, we can also present the pawnbroker's ticket. I'm gonna try that.
Objection.
Okay, so the ticket didn't make any sense. Okay. Could it be the music disc, though? Maybe it could be the music disc.
Objection.
I found it when I was dead for a bit by being blown up. I found out it's the disc. It's the disc. Okay. It was one of the two things I was talking about. Have you seen this disc before, Mr. Graydon? Why? Is it supposed to mean something? This disc was until the day of his murder in pawn in Mr. Windybank's shop. It was redeemed by the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, that afternoon. However, somebody mysteriously appeared to try to take it from her. And that somebody was you, of course. Wasn't it, Mr. Graydon? As I have reiterated numerous times now, you are mistaken. That was not me. I've never seen that disc before in my life. It may have escaped your notice, but there is a small smear of blood on the disc. Ah, resulting from an abrasion of the thumb, perhaps. That's right, Your Honor. The surface of the disc is covered in hundreds of tiny metal bumps. In the skirmish to acquire the disc, the thumb of the person who tried to take it suffered minor lacerations. So, while the disc bears the remnants of that skirmish in the form of the smear of blood, the thumb of the person in question must bear the remnants also in the form of scratch. Good gracious, indeed it must. Mr. Graydon, produce your thumb. You refused to allow a court officer to examine your arm before. Are you now going to refuse to allow us to examine your thumb? You dummy, because I have no doubt it bears a small scratch consistent with the smear of blood on this disc. Ugh, not my thumb. Well, it would seem I underestimated you. What is the meaning of this? So you admit it now? You admit you have a scratch on your thumb from when you attempted to take the disc from the defendant? Yes, this scratch right here. It's fake. Just rips off the scratch. Well, Mr. Graydon, it would appear there has been something of a misunderstanding here. I did not attempt to take the disc, as you put it. No, quite the reverse. What are you trying to say? It's really quite simple, you see. The disc was mine from the outset. Is there some crime in taking an item that you own out of pawn? What? It would seem, Mr. Graydon, that in this piece of evidence, my learned friend has established a link between yourself and the incident. Accordingly, you will tell the court everything you know about this disc now. It contains an NFT. It has a monkey picture on it. Please do not steal my monkey picture. As you wish, though I'm quite sure it has nothing whatsoever to do with the pawnbroker's murder. Imagine, back in London all those years ago, they had NFTs in the form of discs. There's a note on the disc saying from McGilded, but the item belongs to me. The redemption ticket was stolen from me by the accused, that filthy gutterling, on the day in question. I proceeded at once to the shop in order to explain my situation and redeem my article. In the end, of course, the disc was taken by the police. In other words, I have absolutely no reason to break into the shop later that same night. Did I hear you correctly, sir? McGilded, you say? The famous London philanthropist? The one who got burned? Who perished in this very courtroom 2 months ago after being acquitted of a distinctly messy murder? Yes, my lord. The one and the same. Good lord, Mr. Graydon. Are you saying that Mr. McGilden and yourself were acquainted? We were friends. Yes, that's correct. Shocking, he's lying again. Ordar? Well, I certainly didn't expect to hear that name uttered here in my courtroom again. According to what Gina told us, this disc was placed in pawn on that fateful night 2 months ago. McGilden himself gave instructions to deposit it at Windy Banks. It's funny that Mr. Graydon here is claiming the disc belongs to him then, isn't it? In all likelihood, he's lying. So he appeared that afternoon at Windy Banks in order to get his hands on McGilden's disc for some reason. Counsel, you will commence your cross-examination, please. Alright, let's get this out the way. Let's prove that he is a liar. Unlike me, chat, I'm not a liar. There's a note on the disc saying from McGilden, but the item belongs to me. Would you care to explain how this belongs to you? As you will observe, a communications officer such as myself commands a fine salary. You are certainly exquisitely dressed, sir. So you see, I have little need to make use of the services provided by the pawnbrokery trade. However, I did once find myself in difficulties having misplaced my purse whilst on an errand, which is why I pawned my fine black overcoat to the broker in question. You claimed that was your overcoat. Obviously, and in my haste I clean forgot that the music box disc was in its pocket. And yet there is a note on it that reads for McGilden. I am a collector of rare and unusual music box music. I first met Mr. McGilden at a gentleman's club in the city, and was interested to discover that he shared my penchant in that area. So the disc in question, it's a pre-production sample. I promised to let Mr. McGilden hear it. But then you forgot that it was in the pocket of the overcoat you were forced to pawn. Yes, exactly. Gina didn't mention any of that in her testimony 2 months ago, did she? No, because McGilden had threatened her to keep her mouth shut, which means that if we dig too deeply here, it's going to expose Gina's perjury. Oh dear, this is complicated, isn't it? Let's leave it alone for the time being. Don't want to get Gina in any more trouble. The redemption ticket was stolen from me by the accused, that filthy gutterling on the day in question. So you're saying that Miss Lestrade lifted the ticket from your pocket or bag? That's right. Despite being mindful of danger when walking in the insalubrious areas her kind frequent.
Objection.
My goodness. Miss Lestrade didn't know such thing. Well, of course you would take that stance, but the girl is a regular offender. You came to the pawnbrokery that day prepared with all the info you needed to identify the defendant. You were looking for her. That's what brought you to Windy Banks. To get your hands on the disc.
Objection.
My learned friend is a veritable font of nonsense. Nonsense? Is he calling me Comic Sans? I concur with the prosecution. Counsel, you will refrain from conjecturing in this way, is that clear? Yes, my lord. Then I will continue with my testimony for what possible use it can be. You call me font of nonsense. I proceeded at once to the shop in order to explain my situation and redeem my article. What kind of font would I be? Have you ever been to Windy Banks before? Only once for the purposes of pawning something, but like many, I enjoy browsing in such establishments. So when you noticed that the pickpocket had taken your ticket, you chased after her. Is that correct? Yes, that's right. I didn't notice at first, of course, such as the art of the pick purse. But when I did, I headed to the pawnbrokery at once in order to reclaim my coat before the thief could. I was merely trying to recover what was rightfully mine in the first place. He can say what he likes because he knows we have no evidence to contradict him on this. In the end, of course, the disc was taken by the police. Yes, it was taken by Inspector Gregson here, wasn't it? That's right. This was the very man. Apparently, the police are collecting anything that has a connection to Mr. McGilden. Oh, as evidence, you say? Excuse me? Is something wrong, Inspector? What do you mean? The last remark Mr. Graydon made in his testimony seemed to trouble you in some way. No, it didn't. It's nothing. Leave it alone. Let me ask you this, Inspector. Why is Scotland Yard gathering Mr. McGilda's possessions? I can't tell you something like that, Sunshine. What is it, Inspector? Investigative secrets? Yes, exactly. You should know all about that. Magnus McGilded, who died so unexpectedly after his trial 2 months ago. A man renowned through the capital for his great contributions to public life, yet he had a dark side too. Where are you going with this, Von Zeeks? I suppose the police are dealing with the aftermath of his nefarious activities, are they? That's enough! Coppers like me have duties to carry out that we're not at liberty to talk about. That's all you need to know. Duties conferred by Lord Strongheart, I presume. The Lord Chief Justice appears to have great faith in you, Inspector. The bottom line is, if you want to get more out of me, you're gonna need Lord Strongheart's paw print first. His paw print? Paw print! Playing Blue's Clues now. We're gonna play Lord's Clues. What's all this about? It's like there's something going on between Gregson and Lord Von Zeeks here. Well, it would appear that the Inspector has revealed all he is at liberty to reveal. Mr. Graydon, let us return to your testimony. Gladly, my lord. There's something going on with Lord Strongheart? In other words, I have absolutely no reason to break into the shop later that same night. But perhaps you've seen something of value among the among the forfeited items? No, not at all. Oh. A valuer was brought in by the police to assess everything in the shop. Without exception, every article on the shelves was common or garden bric-a-brac. In that case, it's clear that you broke into the shop later that day in order to recover Mr. McGilded's disc. Have you not been listening, man? By the way, about the Game Awards, they're going to announce something about Among Us, a game that I don't play anymore. Even if I had wanted to recover that disc, you may recall that I had been seized by the police that afternoon. It was no more in the shop that night than I. As I keep saying, I simply had no reason to break in. So there was nothing of McGilda's left in the shop that night. Nothing this man might have been after. I wonder if that's really true. Bruno, if you have some evidence, then let him have it. I'm dying to see that irritably absurd expression of his crumble. Wait, there is one more thing. McGilded slipped a disc in his coat pocket and had it deposited at Windy Banks. Then, when he realized he was going to be arrested on sus of the omnibus murder, he threatened Gina and forced her to take the redemption ticket. There's no doubt about it, that witness is lying through his pearly white teeth. The police were obviously after anything left behind by McGilded as well. That's why Inspector Gregson ended up taking the disc into custody that day. But Gregsy's being very strange about all this. There must be a reason for that, I'm sure. I just don't know what it is. For now, I need to focus on exposing the fact that Mr. Graydon is lying in his testimony. I know exactly what to present this time. Let's go to the last statement. Gonna do a little savey save. And I'm gonna try this one here. The other item of Mr. McGilded's at the shop. The ticket for one small books. Let's give it a shot.
Objection.
This disc was deposited at Windy Banks on Magnus McGilded's instructions. You knew that, and you went there with the intention of obtaining it for yourself.
Objection.
Conjecture again, and in any case that this was taken into custody by the police that afternoon. The witness had no reason to visit the pawnbrokery again that night.
Objection.
Sorry, my learned friend. Oh, he just called him right back, my learned friend. Go Ryunosuke. But that's not true. What? Mr. McGilded had another article in pawn at Windy Banks, as this second pawnbroker's ticket proves. There were 2 articles belonging to Mr. McGilden in Windy Bank's pawnbrokery, and the reason you broke into the shop that night was to recover the second one. Together with your 2 accomplices, the Skulkin brothers. Oh. This is the second ticket, is it? What had the man deposited? The article description reads, 1 small box. A rather vague description, it seems to me. Are you suggesting that I broke into the pawnbrokery with these clowns in order to steal some trinket box? I believe there are adequate grounds to suss that you did. This is absurd. Why on earth would I do such a thing? Once the article had been forfeited, I could simply walk into the shop and purchase it. There would be absolutely no need for me to resort to death. Wait, that's a good point. Indeed, the witness makes a solid argument. So that means that for some reason, this Graydon fellow needed the small box that very night, does it? Hey, Rushy, how you doing, Rushy?
Objection!
Oh, it's time to put an end to this nonsense, my lord. Could you be a little less cryptic, Lord Von Zeeks? I do hate to ruin my learned friend's argument, but the truth is quite incontrovertible. On the night in question, no small box was taken from Windy Bank's pawnbrokery. And rest assured, the prosecution can prove it. What? Good gracious. Inspector, show the photographic prints to the court if you please. Yes, sir. Wait, what prints? These prints were taken from one of the detective security cameras. Hurley's red-handed recorders again. As previously explained using this plan of the shop layout, the victim's establishment was furnished with automatic cameras in 2 locations. One was set to capture the counter where Mr. Windybank received his customers, and the other was set to capture the shelves on which articles were placed for sale once forfeited. According to the info on this ticket, McGilden's small box had been forfeited already, 2 days before the incident at 9 p.m. on 13th April to be precise, which means it would have been on the shelves of forfeited items in the shop front. Now, what I have here is a print taken by one of the cameras about 2 hours before the incident. That's at 11 p.m. on April 15th. Bakugan in Minecraft? That's odd. The victim certainly had a very full shop, it would appear. And then here we have another print. This one was taken about 2 hours after the incident. I see, so we have 2 pictures to compare. Any different? Though I must say that placing them side by side leaves me cold. Hold on, look carefully. There has to be a difference somewhere. There just has to be. I don't really see much. Dear me, that's starting to make my head ache. Obviously, at Scotland Yard, we consider theft as one possible motive in this case. We explored the possibility that something had been taken in addition to the victim's life. So your men had already compared these 2 prints thoroughly, Inspector. Yes, sir. We counted every single item in each of these 2 photographic prints. And the Yard's conclusion is that exactly the same number are present in both. In other words, nothing was taken from the pawnbrokery on the night in question. And my learned friend's assertion is nothing more than a hopeful fantasy. Ah! I don't believe it. If I could just have shown that he stolen McGilden's box, I might have been able to break him down at last. You know what, Runo? I've been thinking. I wonder if these 2 photographs really are exactly the same. Wait, what? So, counsel, in the light of the evidence put forward by the prosecution, what is your position? It seems that, in fact, on the night in question, nothing was stolen from the victim's establishment. Do you accept the prosecution's assertion? I don't know. Could there be some hidden discrepancy in these 2 photographic prints somewhere? I don't know. I can't really tell that much, but hold on, let's look at them closely. Is there something off about these things here? Because the thing is, a 10-year-old brought up that there is something different about these. Is there really something different about these things? Because I'm really trying to look at these things and I'm trying to look wait. Something is different. Something is different. I just found it. So, you see this little thing here, that little box right there next to the little music box thing in between between the horse and the big box. That small little box right there. It's next to the music box right there, right? Now, if we move over here, the box has been moved. There is a difference. There is a difference. Let's go. Thank you, Iris. Iris and her gigantic brain helping out again. I wasn't sure at first, but there is a clear discrepancy between these two prints. What? You must identify the location in question for the court counsel. Indicate the precise location of the discrepancy of which you speak. Right here. Granted, these two prints are almost identical. However, there is one minor discrepancy between them. What? When you view the two pictures stereoscopically... Wow. There we go. The books. A single area stands out as being different. The location of this small box. He's looking at it right now. Wait. Unbelievable. There's just him staring at it. I love him. By Jove, you're right. How extraordinary. What this tells us is very simple. Mr. McGilda's small box was indeed not stolen from Windybanks on the night in question. However, there can be no doubt that somebody picked up this particular box and then returned it to its place on the shelves. Are you suggesting that the small box, originally deposited by Mrs. McGilda, is still in fact? Yes, the very same small box I just identified in those prints.
Objection!
The same box indeed. Mindless guesswork. What if it was? So a box was moved on the shelf, nothing was stolen. Which means, quite simply, that nothing has changed. That may be true, but... Alright, McGilda's box wasn't stolen then. But doesn't the fact that it was moved like that change things? Changes everything. I believe this changes everything about the case. How can that possibly be? The crucial point is the fact that what was moved was a small box. In other words, we have to consider what might have been inside that box. What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting that we need to examine that box as soon as possible. A vital piece of evidence is sitting on the shelves at Windybanks as we speak.
Objection!
That won't be necessary. Some little box belonging to a man who died 2 months ago can't possibly be relevant to this trial. The court does not uphold your objection, Lord Von Zeeks. Bailiff, arrange for an officer to go to Baker Street at once. Obtain the small box in question and bring it back here for further examination. But what if the box is gone? There could be a chance the box is gone, right? Oh, but this is getting tense. We just stared at each other for 5 minutes while the bailiff went to get the box. 20 minutes later and everybody's staring at each other. It's like an anime showdown. Let's freaking go. We're box. We should have a report within half an hour. I think perhaps we should recess for a short while until the evidence is brought forth. To be hoodwinked by such a farce. Disappointing. I beg your pardon, Lord Von Zeeks? This is nothing but a smokescreen, a Nipponi specialty, it would seem. What are you trying to say? My learned friend has persisted with the same line of reasoning from the very beginning, that this witness's intent was to steal an article belonging to Mr. McGilda from the pawnbrokery. Yet common sense tells us that none of the articles have value enough to be worth stealing in the first place. Not Smokescreen the Pokemon move. You think Pokemon exist here? I mean, there are birds and squirrels and fish. Oh boy! Exactly. It would be beyond absurd to break into a place for the purpose of stealing such commonplace property. Or... Gotta drink up. If your lordship recalls, Mr. McGilda perished 2 months ago, immediately after the conclusion of his trial. A trial in which he was found not guilty. A trial in which it was established he was the upstanding member of society his reputation implied, in fact. So I propose a toast to my learned friend and his most insightful defense. The articles this upstanding member of society pawned were entirely ordinary. A black overcoat that just happened to have a music box disc in one of its pockets and a small box. I assure you, I wouldn't accept even if the man tried to make a gift of such things to me. I want a gift of a disc. I can use that as a weapon. It's a frisbee. You know, that does make a rather lot of sense. It's not as if it was gold or jewels, is it? Though goodness knows Ms. McGilda was rich enough. But you can't deposit cash at a pawnbrokery. The prosecution's argument is undeniably compelling. It is incumbent on the defense now to bolster its argument. Oh no! It's dead! To explain what possible significance these commonplace articles pawned by this fine citizen could have. Well, counsel, is your arrangement in fact demonstratable? Are you able to show proof that the disc or the box are in any tangible way related to this case? Well... What's the matter, Runo? We know that they're related, don't we? They're both vital pieces of evidence. Yes, of course, you and I both know that. We know McGilda's true character, and we know the disc is significant, even if we don't know why. But if we explain all that to the court at this point, we'll have to acknowledge that McGilda's acquittal 2 months ago was a mistake. That the defense's argument was flawed, based on false info. Oh no! And that would mean admitting that Gina committed perjury. But Ginny... Could it be that Von Zieks knows? Is that why he's doing this now, because he anticipated everything? But maybe... this could be a great opportunity for us. Sorry, what do you mean, Iris? Well, what is it that you always say, Runo? Sooner or later, the truth comes out. Every time. When did I say that? Alright, the exact significance of the things that McGilda deposited within Miss Windybanks is something that only Gina can explain to the courts. But if I put her on the stand to testify about that, it could critically damage our chances of winning this case. What's the right thing to do here? Oh, do I have to choose the right thing to do? Do any of these choices matter? Because I think I have to make Gina testify. I gotta do the right thing, right? But man, I'm gonna have to testify. My lord, the defense would like to make a proposal. Oh, what proposal, counsel? While the court awaits the arrival of Mr. McGilda's small box, I would like to call the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, to the witness stand. The defendant? To what end? It's to do with the various articles deposited at Windybanks by Mr. McGilda, my lord. Miss Lestrade has info relating to them. I believe it would be beneficial for the court to hear what she has to say. It will prove the significance of the articles in question once and for all. Well, well, things are becoming interesting. I presume you've considered the implications of the testimony you're proposing. In particular, the impact it will have on the accused's standing, and indeed your own. I have. Lord Von Zieks, would you care to explain that last remark? The prosecution accepts the defense's proposal. I move to interrupt the cross-examination of the current witness and hear from the accused herself. Very well, if you have no objection. So the court will now hear the testimony of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. You witnesses currently in the stand may step down until further notice. Then I should bid you good day. Wait. You, sir, shall remain in the stand while Ms. Lestrade testifies. Ooh, as you wish. Alright then, Gina, it's time. I know this will be hard, but please, put your faith in me here. Good luck, Bruno. Let's see. Did you know that when I stream it's 6 a.m. for you? Not complaining, but... Wait, are you telling me it's 12 hours behind for you or something? Or 12 hours ahead for you? Well, fandom, what do you want me to do? What do you want me to do? Because it's about to be 6 p.m. over here. There's nothing else I can do unless you want me to stream at midnight my time. Because if it's midnight for me, then it'll be noon for you, I guess. I don't know. You're nothing just saying? I mean, I thought that moving an hour back would help, but I guess it really hurts others than it... I guess 6 p.m. is the sweet spot for many people. Just saying. Well, either way, good morning, fandom. Good morning. If you're just waking up to my stream, you've made a major mistake. The articles that Mr. McGilded had deposited in Windy Bank's pawnbrokery are intimately related with the omnibus case, the trial of which was heard in this courtroom 2 months ago. Yes, and I remembered this young lady being brought before me in that trial as well. That's right, my lord. Her testimony helped to establish the innocence of the defendant, Mr. McGilded. The omnibus case was intriguing, to say the least. And now here we all are again, the same players in that trial facing each other once more. A twist of fate, perhaps, my Nipponi's friend? Allow me to recap the events of 2 months ago. An old brickmaker was stabbed to death in an omnibus running along London's winter streets. Apart from the victim, there was only one other person in the carriage, Mr. McGilded. Naturally, he was the prime sus for the murder, but as the trial progressed, another possibility emerged, that the murder in fact took place above the defendant's head on the roof deck, with the body then being dropped through the skylight into the carriage below. What if everyone woke up and went to bed at the same time regardless of time zones? That would be wacky. So imagine I go to sleep at 10 p.m., someone sleeps at 10 a.m., and then 3 hours backwards on the west coast, that'd be 7 p.m. Oh, that'd be so weird. Then everybody's time, then that means, like, imagine trying to meet your friends at a different time, but they're sleeping instead. Because of the time schedules, you're like, I gotta sleep now. We can't have a Discord chat at this time. That would be really wacky, but hey, Sevie, how you doing? It was Miss Lestrade whose testimony brought that possibility to light. But yeah, chat, I just want to make sure on one thing. Is me streaming at 5 p.m., which was 1 hour ago, is that an issue for you peeps? Should I go back to the 6 p.m. schedule, which would be 4 minutes later from now? Is the schedule any bad in any way? I need to know. The only way I grow is because of you watching the stream. At the time of the incident, Miss Lestrade was concealed under her seat in the carriage, hoping to pick the pockets of unsuspecting passengers. You always wake up from your alarm and then fall back asleep. The first hour you start at 6. And why do you miss the first hour, Sevie? Are you working your important new job? Then immediately after the trial, having been acquitted of the murder. Oh, you got dinner. Okay, so it seems like I shouldn't be changing my time at all. I should always be streaming at 6, which is my usual time. Okay, I get it. Also, hey Alex Gamer, how you doing? By the way, chat, just want to let you know, there may be a chance I may not stream on Friday because of a work event that's going on. So there will be this stream today, and then if we finish Great Ace Attorney tonight, that means Danganronpa will be on Saturday. And I will make it at 6 p.m., alright everybody? It will be at 6 p.m. on Saturday if you want to see Danganronpa. Danganronpa. Mr. McGilded died in this very courtroom in the most extraordinary of circumstances. I'll be sure to change the schedule after the stream. A mystery that remains unsolved even now, 2 months on, as indeed does the omnibus murder itself. Be that as it may, I recall neither the disc nor the small box being mentioned in the course of those proceedings. Miss Lestrade. Come on, Gina, say something. Would you tell the court now, please? What really happened in the omnibus 2 months ago, I mean? I don't know what you mean. I already said all of what I know. And what about everything you told us yesterday from inside your prison cell? Please, Miss Lestrade, this is extremely important. But... Remember, little girl, if it transpires that you willfully withheld info in the trial 2 months ago, the Home Office will seek to prosecute you for perjury. And naturally, you will lose all credibility as a witness. Although, let's face facts, you have little credibility to lose. Oh, come on, why'd you gotta say that, Van Zieks? Poor Gina. Ginny, don't listen to him. Please, you have to trust Runo now. Iris? We're on your side. Alright then. I'll talk. It's the right choice, Gina. Well, it would seem that my learned friend is hell-bent on bringing the entire courtroom down about his ears. So be it. I must confess that I'm struggling to understand what on earth is happening here. However, it would appear that Mr. McGilded's pawn articles in that extraordinary case of the omnibus harbor secrets of which we have been hitherto unaware. So, Ms. Lestrade, you will now give your testimony before the court about the events of 2 months ago. You will reveal the truth, a commodity sorely lacking in your original statement. This is it then. Everything's going to come out. Like Von Zieks said, this could bring the whole courtroom down about my ears, but as a lawyer, I'm prepared to take that risk. This could change everything. Get ready. I am ready. By the way, chat, before we continue on, Game Awards tomorrow night. I will not be streaming it because I'm working tomorrow night. So I hope you enjoyed the news, and I will catch up on many things through Twitter and whatnot. Okay, let's continue on. The real truth of the case. Truth is that Brickmaker Cove was in the cabin of the omnibus the whole time. When the Irishman dragged me out under the seat, I saw that disc on the floor. All of a sudden, I heard a scream from over me head, and that pair on the roof deck went off to call the slops. The slops? Why can't we call cops that now? Slops. That's when McGilded slipped the driver some tin to do a run to the pawn shop roundabout. He threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing to no one about what I seen or heard. Good grief, this is outrageous. What you've just told the court bears almost no resemblance to your testimony 2 months ago. As you say, my lord. Then there's every chance I may have adjudicated an error in McGilded trot. I may have adjudicated an error in wow, I can't say it. I may have adjudicated an error in McGilded's trial. It sounds very much to me as if the man deliberately deceived this court in an effort to cover up the most wicked of schemes. But he died. Without doubt, your lordship is correct. A great injustice was done in this courtroom 2 months ago. The actions of the accused in that trial, of this witness, and of my learned friend are entirely inexcusable. I don't believe it. The whole trial was a farce. It was all lies. That McGilded fellow was rotten to the core, just like that pickpocket. Don't forget that lawyer from the east. They're all in it together. You're wrong, the lot of you. Mr. Narado, the lawyer there. He didn't know nothing about it. Humbug. I don't think so. Are we really expected to believe that? He really stitched everyone up, didn't he? What an operation to get the man off scot-free. I'm a surgeon. Oh my goodness, why is my head off the set? My head is like not right on. Come on, head. Work with me. Work with me. Work with me. I'm sorry. Unforgivable, stop. The lies have to stop. Stop. The lies gotta stop, chat. We gotta stop the lies. First of all, my head don't want to fit. You see, every time I do that, it just does this. All right, there we go. Yes, the defense made a terrible error of judgment. I intend to take full responsibility and suffer whatever consequences are deemed appropriate. However, it's imperative that the court allows the witness to elaborate on his testimony, because the true significance of McGilded's pawned articles must be brought to light. Very well, my learned student friend. Did I just get downgraded from Nipponiese friend to student friend now? Given the depths of calamity you have just plunged yourself into, this may well be worth hearing. Words fail me. The situation is utterly deplorable. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, my lord. I will decide upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial. Of course, my lord. Blimey, Mr. Naruhodo. Reject Nipponese, return to Now, counsel, proceed with the cross-examination. Yeah, so it just reminds me of that Phoenix Wright case in Apollo Justice. You know what happened there. And now it feels like... So, Phoenix Wright wasn't even the first one. It was Mr. Naruhodo. Truth is that Brickmaker Cove was in the cabin of the omnibus the whole time.
Hold it!
And you were hiding in the cabin at the time as well, weren't you, Miss Lestrade? If I remember rightly, in the storage compartment underneath one of the seats. Yeah, that's right. It's pitch black under there, so you can't see nothing at all. Now, in your testimony 2 months ago, I feel certain that you claimed Mr. McGilder was the sole passenger, did you not? False testimony, my lord. That's what he told me I had to say. But it's important that you tell us the truth now. Were Mr. McGilder and the victim's acquaintances? I don't know. But I did hear him talking a lot. What were they talking about? Well, I couldn't hear too well, but if I had to say... I think it was about money or something. They kept talking about buying and not buying. Remember, chap, buying my merch is good. Not buying my merch is bad. Perhaps business dealings of some kind? Well, anyway, they got louder and louder. It started to sound like a proper fight. I was pretty scared by then. I hardly dared to breathe. And then all of a sudden, I heard a noise like someone keeling over on the floor. It was blooming loud and all. And I believe you let out an involuntary scream. Yeah, that's what gave me away. When the Irishman dragged me out from under the seat, I saw that disc on the floor. Was the disc you saw? This disc? Yeah, I reckon it probably was. It was right next to the cove lying on the floor. Could this disc have belonged to the victim perhaps? I don't know, but McGilder picked it up pretty smartish. And then he set the cove with a knife in his belly up on the seat. What did he say to you at that time? He told me not to say a word about what I seen or heard to no one. About the disc and all. I was dead scared the way he was looking at me. I thought, if I didn't go along with it, I'd get stuck with that knife too. Then he started asking me a load of questions, like what my name was and where I lived and all that. He asked me about being a diver too. But after a while, what had happened in the carriage was noticed. Yeah, that's right. First there was a kind of rapping noise. A rapping noise? That'll stop right there. All of a sudden, I heard a scream from over me head and the pair on the roof deck went off to call the slops. There were 2 gentlemen occupying the seats on the roof deck, I believe. That's right. Remember these 2? They must have looked down through the skylight and noticed the cove with the knife in his guts. When they screamed, the driver pulled up the horses and McGilder got me out of sight. Out of sight? Where? Back under the seat where I started off. Once the carriage came to an halt, the 2 crows from the roof ran off to fetch the slops. If they immediately left to fetch the police, it would appear they were entirely unrelated to the incident. So that left McGilder, the driver, and you still at the scene. Yeah, only the driver didn't know I was there because I was under the seat. I heard the cabin door open and a voice from outside. By the way, Chad, have you noticed this whole time? This guy has just been like he turned his back around to like, I don't want any of this. The driver, yes. He also testified in the trial, I believe. The one who, the poor freezing guy. A fellow who went by the name of Beppo, if memory serves. Beppo's the name of a One Piece character too. What did McGilder and the driver say to each other? I don't know what happened and stuff like that mainly. That's when McGilded slipped the driver some tin to do a run to the pawn shop roundabout. Wonder why he has his back turned? I don't know, but it's a good place to put a knife in there. He's a knife rack. You put a knife in there. Easy as that. You easily put a knife in there, and that's all. That's that. That pawn shop obviously being Windy Banks on Baker Street. Just a moment, counsel. Do you mean to tell me that the driver gave false testimony in that trial as well? Perhaps the excursion to the pawnbrokery slipped his mind when he was in the stand. Indeed, Lord Von Zeeks. McGilded took off his coat and gave it to the driver. He folded it up all careful like before handing it over. When I saw him do that, I remembered thinking, that coat and what's in it has got to be worth a few bob. Bob? 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 Bobby from Paper Mario the Origami? Yes, Gina was sure the disc must be worth more than Mr. Windybank was suggesting, wasn't she? I remember her quibbling with him over the price that afternoon at the pawnbrokery. The driver looked pretty happy when McGilded flashed some brass in his face. He went running off at a lick. Then the bog trotter called to me and told me to come out from the drag's cabin. He threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing to no one about what I seen or heard. Threatened you how exactly? Told me I'd only be able to scarp her if I did exactly what he said. Which included giving false testimony in court 2 months ago. Yeah, that's it. And there was one other thing he said, which was... He told me I have to hang on to the ticket from the pawn shop and make sure not to lose it. The ticket? Well, I never. Said that if he didn't show up to get the ticket off me too... By the way, chat, in 2 more days, Paper Mario comes out on the N64 Virtual Console for the Switch. I'm gonna replay that, I can't wait. What's up, Joker? Had to enter with a boom, I gotcha. Said that if he didn't show up to get the ticket off me before 2 months passed, I had to go to the pawn shop and pay the money to keep it in lug, to stop it being forfeited. He left me with some brass to pay for it. But really, why on earth would Mr. McGilded have done such a thing? Depositing his overcoat with a pawnbroker before the arrival of the police? It makes no sense at all. How am I doing today? I'm doing alright. I'm doing A-okay. I gotta go to work tomorrow for the whole day, so I won't see the Game Awards. I'll be able to watch it on the side, but I won't stream it though. I do want to see what's coming out though. Especially Sonic Movie 2! Sonic the Hedgehog 2, can't wait for that coming out in April. 6 days after my birthday, I am ready to see that movie right there. Let's go! Also, by the way, chat, by the way, did you know that the voice of Tails, the official voice of Tails, is the Tails from the games? The current voice of Tails from the games is voicing Tails in the movie. So you get to hear the same old Tails. There would seem to be only one logical explanation, my lord. What McGilded had the driver deposit at Windy Banks was something he didn't want the police to see. By the way, Joker, how are you? Something very important that he needed to hide at all costs. Let's see, so many exams. You did your first one well, time to crush the others? That's the spirit. Best of luck in those. Break all them legs. Literally, please do it. In the name of the sloth, destroy them legs. Anyway, after that, he let me go, so I legged it before the coppers showed up. Pixel, we need to know why you asked the cops. The cops need to know why you asked someone to break legs. For the lulz. Well done, Gina. It can't have been easy to tell the truth like that. Ginny's really putting her faith in you, Runo. Yes. And to thank her, she'll have to face a charge of perjury once this trial's over. So I need to use the time we have now to get as much info out of her as possible. It's time to really go for it. Press her on every statement. I suppose I should. Oh, and another thing. What's that? Oh, they're just chatting over there, like their backs turned. Can somebody get the microphone over there? Like, just put the microphone there, but like, hey. They just talking 6 feet, you know, not 6 feet apart because they're just bros. I know, but we just did that. We did press every statement, so I don't know what's going on. Take a look at those two. Isn't it strange that they've been whispering to each other the whole time? Yeah, that is strange. It looks like they're having a secret discussion about something. I'm not sure I'm completely comfortable with that. I wonder if there's anything I can do about it. Hey, Inspector, you got games on your phone? And then he says, "What's a phone?" Boy, I already pressed her. Should I press again? Yeah, we basically... Didn't we press everything? I was told to press every single thing. What were they talking about? Yeah, she's saying the same thing right now. Wait, is there something I'm supposed to answer here or something? I did press everything. Yeah, I heard a scream. I pressed everything. I pressed every single thing. Maybe go over to them? Wait, go over to them? Wait, what do you mean go over to them? Wait, should I press and then look over at them, I guess? So, like...
Excuse me.
Is there something you'd like to share with the court, Inspector Gregson and Mr. Graydon? So, what? You were just supposed to do that? Like, out of... Oh, okay. Inspector! Mr. Graydon! The what? Blimey, you trying to give me a heart attack? You have been whispering to each other for quite some time now. Tell us, what is the discussion about? The discussion, with this fella? Pull the other one, Sunshine. You think I got anything to talk about with a shady gent like this? And I have nothing to say to this uncouth detective after he deprived me of that disc that was rightfully mine. But they've clearly been talking the entire time I've been cross-examining Gina. It's as if they've been negotiating. Come on, Van Zieks must notice as well, right? Oh yeah, he should have a heart attack from all the fish and chips he's been eating. Looks delicious, though. Thank you, Melissa Straught. Thank you, counsel. I've heard enough. I believe we now have a reasonable understanding of what actually transpired on the omnibus. It would appear on that night 2 months ago, negotiation was taking place on the omnibus. A negotiation concerning this disc, however, matters did not run smoothly. When the parties involved began to quarrel over price, McGilda took what he wanted by force, at the expense of the other man's life. Which proves my point, the disc is clearly extremely valuable in some way, although I don't understand why as yet. Where the heck are you, Mr. Sholmes? And 2 days ago, precisely 2 months after the incident, McGilda's coat and its contents were due to be forfeited. I didn't know what I should do with the ticket. I mean, the cove died right after his trial, I knew that. So you decided you would try to claim the articles as your own. Well, why not, eh? They were only going to be forfeited. Why shouldn't I have got them? I mean, that was a nice coat she should have gotten. That was a nice coat. Anyway, you can't blame me for thinking about it. Thinking ain't no crime. In the future, thinking will be a crime, so stop thinking. Head empty, no thoughts, nothing. Emptiness in your head in the future. The future is perfect and nothing will go wrong in the future. Who are you? Miss Lestrade, it would appear Mr. McGilda was prepared to kill in order to take possession of this disc. Do you know why that would be? Yeah, I ain't got a clue. But I reckon it must be worth a fair bit of brass. He was probably gonna sell it. And you can't blame me for thinking that. Thinking ain't no crime. Future is perfect, stop thinking. My lord! It's the Bobby! The evidence your lordship requested has been located and is ready for the court's inspection, sir. Oh goodness, the mysterious little box deposited by McGilda 2 months ago. There's no doubt in my mind that it's a key piece in this far-reaching puzzle. Oh, is it to be continued? It is, and we will continue this next time. I'm joking, we're continuing this now. Why would I stop now? Why would I stop now? Let's continue on, shall we? After I take a small restroom break, so I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Take this time to relax, do what you can. I'll be right back. All right, who's back? Who's ready to come back to more Phoenix Wright? I mean, Great Ace Attorney. I gotta realize the name of the game. But now we're back. Fandom, just you? What? Just you? All right, we're back with more Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney, the Great Ace Attorney, the many names. There's no Phoenix Wright here, okay? I keep saying Phoenix Wright. It's not Phoenix Wright. It's the Great Ace Attorney. All right, let's do it. Let me do another save just in case. And we're back. Let's do it. There was something in my tongue. The box. That silly thing. All right. So this is the article in question, is it? The small box deposited with the pawnbroker by Mr. McGilda 2 months ago. And on the night of Mr. Windybank's murder, the only item on the shelves that was touched by whoever broke into the shop. Quick, let's open and see what's inside. It's Pandora's box and we destroy— what? A music box? It's a music box. Good gracious, this is no ordinary box, it seems. Wow, although in truth I had an inkling that might be the case. It would appear that the box houses a miniature music box movement. Then is it too much to expect? I think it would be reasonable to assume that it is a device for the playback of this disc, my lord. Oh, we're getting somewhere. But why fight over a music box? Because this music box might be the one that plays this disc that not any regular box could play. So we'll find out the secrets of the disc. So here we have the means to play back Mr. McGilda's disc, deposited at Windybank's at the same time. Not strictly correct, my lord. It was not McGilda's disc. It was the disc of his victim in the omnibus. But why, for heaven's sake? Are we to understand that the brickmaker was trying to sell this music box disc to Mr. McGilda? By the way, chat, now that we're back, can I get an audio check? Everything sounds okay now that we're back? I'm just raising my hand. I believe the answer will become clear if we listen to the music on the disc, my lord. We listen to it and it's the Steel Samurai theme? No, the Gaviner's theme. Yes, very well. Let the court now listen to this curious disc at last. Oh. Wait, my lord. Gregsy? Wait, what's the meaning of this, Inspector? The music box and the disc are, well, they're unrelated to the case. No need to spoil the somber atmosphere in the courtroom with some silly bit of music. Wait, why is Gregsy being sus? The disc may very well have motivated the culprit in the case to commit murder. Clearly, there's every chance that is fundamentally important to understanding what's happened. The prosecution has no objection. But no, that piece of evidence is police property now. You can't— Clearly, Scotland Yard has some vested interest here. But it is policy of this prosecutor to leave no avenues unexplored. And you, Inspector, have no jurisdiction here to prevent that from happening. Ah! No further delays, please. Play the disc. Why does Gregsy want us to stop? Really? You're using sour plea? Oh my goodness. This is my jam. What on earth? That's certainly not what I would call music. What do you mean? I love it. No. It's just the same note playing over and over again and then in regular sequence. Mr. Graydon? This really is priceless. He's even dancing to it. After all that, the music box is broken. Broken? Wait, it can't be, can it? Well, obviously, in fact, I wouldn't be surprised. If the officer sent to fetch it didn't drop it on the way back to the courtroom. Well, with much regret, I feel the court must accept that this music box offers little in the way of clues. Even Von Zieks is disappointed. Are you ready to move on, counsel? Come on. Yes, alright. It does sound as though it's completely broken, but is it? Could this music emanating from the music box possibly be a new clue? Yeah. Could this music emanating from the music box possibly be a new clue? I'm gonna say it could be. It's important for a reason. I believe that it could be relevant, my lord. Good lord. But how can it be? It's an abomination, counsel. Mere noise. I fail to see how it can have any meaning whatsoever. It does sound strange, I agree. But there's one thing bothering me. While Graydon stands there chortling victoriously, the inspector beside him has a rather telling expression on his face. It's as if Gregson recognizes the sound, as he's familiar with it somehow. And that's making him appear extremely on edge. If that's the stance of the defense, my Nipponese friend, answer me this. Oh. I love this. Just what relevance do you propose this woeful chiming has on this case? Is the defense's belief that the sound emanating from this music box was not broken? It can't. What if it's not music? Just wait a minute. What if it's Morse code? Doon 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 doon. It's a communications thing. Just because this is a music box, it doesn't necessarily mean the sounds we're hearing are music. Look at that. The smile vanished from Graydon's lips as soon as I said it, and I was staring at them. I'm on the right lines here. I must be. Yeah, making deductions based on how people react to what you say. You're acting just like Curly, Bruno.
Objection!
No, he's not. The sounds we're hearing aren't necessarily music. Well, now that you've told us what they are not, I'm sure the court would like to hear what they are. Do enlighten us, my Nipponese friend. Surely you have an idea in mind, because if not, it will be the death of your ill-formed argument. Exactly. The music box is clearly broken, refusing to accept that fact as pure foolishness. They've got me. I don't know what the answer is yet. Bruno, I've just examined the music box very thoroughly, and I'm fairly certain that it's not broken at all. Really? Really, the way it's been made, it can only produce a single note anyway. Thank you, Iris. Iris, the 10-year-old genius. We all need an Iris in our lives. Alright, well, if the music box isn't broken, it must mean that the sounds it's producing has some significance that isn't musical. Oh. Did he just... Did he just... He stopped time. I think Naruhodo has a stand. This has become a JoJo reference, guys. Duh. Could it be? Is that what these sounds are? Something's just struck me, Bruno. I feel like recently, in the past few hours even, I've heard another sound very much like the one this music box makes. Yes, it's a familiar sound. Actually, Iris, I was just thinking exactly the same thing. I'm going to have to press the defense for an answer. If your assertion is that the sound produced by this music box is not in fact music at all, then what the devil is it, counsel? All the evidence we've seen so far, all the testimony we've heard, it's all pointing to one single answer now. The prosecution demands that my Lord Nipponi's friend presents proof now. Tangible proof of this latest wild speculation. Alright then. This could be the best chance I'm going to get to fight back in this trial. And if I'm right, it's going to join all the dots together. The evidence that explains the true nature of the sounds on this music box is... Oh boy, what could it be? What could it be? What could it be? What could it be? There is... The true natures of the sounds. The evidence that explains the true natures of the sound in the music box is... What could it be? Because I know it's going for one small box, but... Because none of these are gonna help, right? Yeah, of course not. The true natures of the sound. That explains the true natures of the sounds. This won't work either. That won't help. The paper. Oh, wait. Didn't we find out in the paper that... Hold on. There's a sensational story lower down the front page as well. Look. Ministry Mole. Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. For a 10-year-old, Iris certainly has her finger on the pulse of world news. The thing is, I checked this the last time. Last stream, I did check this. And the newspaper updated about secret communications between Great Britain and its allies. They're being intercepted by hostile nations. Communications are being intercepted, but how would somebody be doing that? That's the question, isn't it? I've come up with 3 possible methods so far. Are you looking for a new career, Runo? No, of course not. I wonder, perhaps this is what Lord Strongheart was talking about yesterday. Yes, it could be, and it could explain why he has Gregsy running from pillar to post at the moment. It's government secrets!
Take that!
Today's paper, Council? The headline is Pawnbroker Perishes in Pick Purse Plunder. Hardly supportive of your cause. No, my lord. I was hoping you'd look a little further down the page. So yeah, when I examined the paper last time, I was wondering, wait, what does this have to do with anything? And then it hit me now. It hit me like a flippin' thrice-fired mason brick layer. You think you had to use story mode for that? Your mind definitely went in a similar direction, but didn't hone in on the fact that it was specifically government secrets. The reason why I went with government secrets is because Gregsy is acting weird, and it might be him and something about Lord Strongheart, so it's like, if he's acting up, it has to be higher up. So I was hoping you look down a little further down the page. Further down? Ministry Mole. Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice? Yes. This is a very serious matter being investigated at the highest level, I understand. But yeah, I did have a tough time last stream though. There was a very difficult one that I had to think about. I have heard that international transmissions along supposedly secure lines are somehow being intercepted and leaked to various other countries. And presumably, those transmissions are in the form of wired telegrams. Of course. Juror number 5, your input, please. Stop. Oh, me, sir. Whatever is the matter? You told the court before that you worked at the same communication station as Mr. Graydon, did you not? I know, I had to think. Yes, that's correct. And the particular station where you work deals with government communications and newspaper reports. Oh, yes, we're not your run-of-the-mill communication station at all. Our work is extremely important. Then tell me, is this not a very familiar sound? Oh, is she actually typing that in? You don't mean to say, is it? That's right, madam. It bears more than a passing resemblance to the sound made by your telegraph machine as you tap it. I believe it's called Morse code. But I don't believe it. Now correct me if I'm wrong, but when it comes to leaking telegrams from government departments, there could be nobody more perfectly placed than a highly skilled communications officer. Or are you suggesting that the music box disc contains stolen government secrets in Morse code? Oh, yeah. Please, everyone, order, but this is high treason, counsel, deserving of capital punishment. Too much new vocabulary. What is this treason and what is capital punishment? The sorts of words I half expect you to know. I get it because he's sus. For our sovereign government's confidential info, hostile nations would surely pay almost any price. Yes, and on that night 2 months ago, that was the very negotiation that was taking place inside the omnibus. But in the end, McGilded perished, and the all-important disc lay unclaimed in the pawnbrokery. My word, is that the reason why he died? In which case, whoever stole that info in the first place must surely have been beside himself with worry, because if the disc were to be discovered before it found its way out of the country, it will reveal an act of high treason punishable by death. So the culprit had no choice but to retrieve it, and in order to do that, he would have to gain entry to the pawnbrokery illegally in the middle of the night. Because the article left behind by Mr. McGilded would incriminate him too much if it got into wrong hands. Isn't that right, Mr. Graydon? You think I've been stealing government secrets? Preposterous, absolutely preposterous. So in response to the defense's accusations, you claim complete innocence, do you? Well, of course I do. I've had to stand here in silence while that pretentious foreign lawyer has been prattling away.
Objection!
Oh. Then by all means, counter the charges, sir. The prosecution demands the witness testifies in response to the accusations brought by the defense. Delighted, I'm sure. Dang it. The witness is reminded that the crime under scrutiny in this trial is the murder of the pawnbroker, Mr. Windybank, that being a most flagitious offense for which the law of the land sanctions a capital punishment. But the heinous act of high treason is no less serious a crime. I urge you to bear in mind as you testify, Mr. Graydon. So then, let us proceed. You may... Nani? What? The Skolgan brothers? You gotta let us have a rabbit and pork here, governor. We got things to say. I beg your pardon? Who do you think you are? Name's Nash Skolkin. Occupation is professional baddie. Name's Ringo Skolkin, but we ain't baddies enough to sell out our motherland. Motherland? That's right, we're what they call... the Three Skolkin Brothers. Is Gregsy actually a Skolkin? Bad timing, fellas. Very bad timing. Oh, goodness. Alright, Graydon's counter. A mere communications officer couldn't possibly steal confidential government info. Besides, the sounds produced by that music box aren't even Morse code. It was some low-class brickmaker negotiating with McGilded anyway, was it not? I have no relation to the man. Look, all we done is break into the gap the other night like what he told us to do. If we known there was dodgy government secrets involved, we wouldn't have touched it. Wait, they sussing him now? They're like ratting him out now. They're throwing him under the bus. They're like, forget the boss, we're throwing him under the ship. They just revealed. Mr. and Mr. Skolkin. One mister will do, governor. What's up? Team Skolkin, they're here to cause minor inconveniences to the local population. I love the Skolkin brothers. They are literally Team Skull. Do I take it now you admit to the crime? That on the night in question you did indeed gain entry to the premises illegally? And moreover, you did so as a party of 3 in collaboration with Mr. Graydon here. Now you see they do a collaboration. How come I can't do a collaboration with somebody? I just want to do a video or stream with somebody, not rob a place. But if they want to do that, I'm fine with that as well. Dope. We did, Gov. We did. They just, all right. Quieten down, please. What say you to that, Mr. Graydon? I have no idea what these two ruffians are referring to. You did say you would text Lana. I did. I should probably do that right now. I should do it after, because I gotta actually plan it out. It's like, okay, a collaboration would be easy, but how? When? Why? You little rot are getting us mixed up in all this monkey business. It's just that with all the work I'm doing and the video editing I'm doing, I'm trying to like get used to the work schedule to make sure that I have time for all this stuff. So if I want to do a collaboration, I need a free day that falls on a stream day. You never said nothing about no government secrets. It was supposed to be a straight up job. And what about the geezer whose shop it was, eh? Poor bloke didn't have to die, did he? Huh. Let's go, Skulkins. Nice to know who your friends are. Let's go, Skulkins. Whatever these men say. Oh, wait, whatever these men say, I denied the accusations. Indeed. Well, I certainly wasn't expecting this little music box to become so significant in the proceedings. However, as it has, I will admit it into the court record as evidence. Alright, cool. Now we got a music box. But this story is getting crazy. This story is getting crazy right now. And let me go check this music box out before we continue. See how the 4 McGilded disc sits in the music box the man deposited at Windy Banks? It couldn't be a more perfect fit. So there's no question then, this disc was designed to be played in this music box. Yet despite that, the sounds it produces are neither musical nor do they appear to have any meaning. It just doesn't make any sense. I wonder if perhaps there's more to this music box than meets the eye. Transformers? We don't know all of the secrets yet. Oh wait, what's this? There's like a little button. Oh, what is it, Runo? I've just noticed something about this music box. It looks like the bottom of it opens up as well. Ah, you're right. Well, come on then. What are you waiting for? Let's open it. All right then, here goes. Look at that. There's another movement on the underside. So does that mean you can set another disc to play back on this side? Yes, I think so. And it looks like 2 movements are linked together. They're linked? So if you had 2 discs, they will both play back at the same time. Oh, we don't have another disc. There's another disc. Because remember, a long time ago, the Grayson was like, where's the other disc? There was only 1 disc found. Where's the other one? Who would have thought there'd be a second movement on the other side of the box? And this movement is like the other one. The comb's teeth are all the same length. So this movement only produces a single tone like the other one. Yes, it must do. Except that the length of the teeth on the 2 combs isn't the same. So the single tone produced by this movement will be different to the single tone we've already heard. What? Basically, each movement can only produce a single note. But the notes they produce are different. A music box that can only play 2 tones. Alright, so we found out the opening. We need the other disc. A mere communications officer couldn't possibly steal confidential government info. So is this newspaper headline accurate? Government communications are being intercepted? How could I possibly know? What do you mean by that? Any important government communications are handled by high-level officers, by specialists. General members of staff in the station where I work would never be entrusted with sensitive info. Oh no, stop. Must say something, stop. Let me guess. Juror number 5? We regular communication station officers aren't as lowly as you're being led to believe. A team of us are responsible for setting up and testing the telegraphs used by the ministry. And Mr. Graydon is the team leader. Being called out by your team? Being called out by part of your team? That's fascinating. Graydon is highly skilled operator, stop. Currently in presence of idol, stop. A sus idol? So you had access to the equipment used for these confidential communications, Mr. Graydon. Well, what of it? The transmissions are always made behind closed doors so they can't be heard. And in any case, all messages are being sent enciphered. Normal employees couldn't possibly understand them. Oh no, stop. Must say something, stop. Mr. Graydon regularly attends meetings with ministry technicians and the ministry communications team. He assists them in ensuring that there are no errors in important international communications. And he's received the top prize at the cipher cracking convention 5 years in a row now. That's fascinating. No, it went boom. You probably missed it. I did go boom. Graydon is highly skilled operator, stop. Currently in presence of vital, stop. Well, your idol would appreciate it if you keep your mouth shut. She should really pick her idols more carefully. I tell you, this lawyer's accusations are completely unfounded. Are they now? Besides, the sounds produced by that music box aren't even Morse code. They're not? To anyone with a brain, that would be blatantly apparent on listening to that music box for even a few seconds. Of course, of course. Surely it can't be that my learned friend is unfamiliar with Morse code? Ouch, he looks genuinely shocked at my ignorance. Ha ha ha. I would be more than happy to demonstrate the basics for you, sir. A lesson here in court? Morse code is a continuous series of two distinct tones. Two tones? Where's the other disc? Tones, you say? Yes, a short dot and a long dash. By combining those in different ways, you construct letters. I see. For example, this is A. And this is B. But when you listen to the sound produced by this music box, you only hear one tone, don't you? But it sounds so similar. The rhythm of it is the same in everything. But there's no discernible meaning to this apparently random sequence of sounds. Fandom, you just love saying dun dun dun. I think you mean. So your assertion is fundamentally flawed. This is not Morse code. No! Hahaha, really, you shouldn't be so surprised. What did I tell you? That music box is nothing more but a worthless piece of scrap. Perhaps you might consider studying your subject matter before casting aspersions in the future. Stop. Nothing to say, but stop. Oh, it's so frustrating, isn't it? Iris? I mean, if the government secrets were somehow being leaked using the music box, so many other things would slot into place so nicely. Could there still be something I haven't considered? Would it really be impossible to use this music box somehow to play back Morse code? The thing is, we don't have a second... The thing is, we don't have a second disc. If we have a second disc, it would do Morse code, but we don't. But I'm gonna give it a try. There's still every possibility that this music box was instrumental in the leaking of government secrets. That's the belief of the defense, at least.
Objection!
Does it please you in some way, my Nipponese friend, to repeat the same line of argument ad infinitum? It's already been established that to be Morse code, two tones are required, dots and dashes. Yes, I'm well aware of that. Then what? Well, it would appear the defense has a hypothesis to put forward. You had better present your idea at once, counsel. How do you propose that this music box, which appears to produce only a single tone, could have been used to cipher secret messages into Morse code? Right here. Oh yeah, we did do this. I've just noticed something about this music box. It looks like the bottom of it opens up as well. So there we go. We'll just open it up like we did before. Oh my goodness. Shocking, isn't it? Wow. Let's be shocked together. Ah! So shocking. The two movements are linked together. So if we have two discs, they will play back at the same or different time. So there you go. Good gracious, what am I looking at here? Another movement on the underside of the music box? What? It appears, my lord, that the two movements are linked together. In other words, you can put 2 discs in this music box. Into Warrior Speed Up theme. What would that be? Warrior. There's like many speed up themes. Let's see. There we go. And the sounds of both will play back at the same time. Good heavens. As the court has heard, Morse code comprises of 2 tones, a short dot and a long dash. With a second disc in place, this music box could be used to generate Morse code and convey a message.
That's right, that's right.
This is beyond a joke. I'm sorry. This poor excuse for a lawyer has absolutely no evidence to support his claims. Though of course, if my learned friend were able to present the court with the second disc, that would be another matter. Well, I can at the moment. And may I remind the court that, as the witness has pointed out, he was not the one in the omnibus with McGilda 2 months ago striking a deal over the disc or disc. Indeed, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. Exactly, I had nothing whatsoever to do with it. Though it has holes, I must admit the argument presented by the defense has much promise. I believe the cross-examination should continue. The link between Graydon and the victim of the omnibus case must be there somewhere, but I haven't found it yet. Oh dear, it looks like you need to give your argument more strength, Bruno. You will reiterate your testimony if you please, Mr. Graydon. If I must, though I maintain exactly what I did at the start of this pointless cross-examination. It was some low-class brickmaker negotiating with McGilda anyway, was it not? I have no relation to the man. So 2 months ago in that omnibus, McGilda killed the brickmaker and stole the disc. Mr. Mason was a single man with almost nothing to his name. It seems he lived in an artesian quarter some years ago, but people there remember little about him. That doesn't make much sense though, does it? How would a humble brickmaker come to acquire secret government info? How indeed? There must have been somebody else involved behind the scenes in all this. Somebody who acquired the disc and gave it to Mr. Mason in order to take it to the meeting with McGilda and negotiate a deal. Dear me. You may have it in for me, sir, but I assure you, I have far more class than that. An old brickmaker from Artesian Quarter and this well-to-do communications officer. If only I could find some evidence to link the 2 of them together. If you have nothing more to add on to that note, let's return to the witness testimony. Don't worry, fandom, I'm trying here. Just remember, don't be backseating sometimes. Let's check it out. There has to be a link somewhere. I just gotta try. The overcoat. And Mr. Mason's blood is on it.
Objection.
Well, okay, that was wrong. Sorry about that. I thought, they won't take the blood. They won't take the blood. Flip. I thought I had it though. I'm the dang inconsistency. My confidence has been broken and shot. Flip. Alright, so let me just go save though, because I don't want to lose too many points with this and start losing. So apparently that was not it. So let's see, there has to be another link. Unless it's the blood sample photo, because... Wait, can it be this? Can't I just use the blood sample portfolio because there's nothing else I can use, right? Because if that won't work, maybe the blood samples will work.
Objection.
Okay, that's not it either. Wait, what? Okay, I should look at this more carefully then. Give me a second. Oh wow, that was a crick in the neck if I've ever heard one. So let's see. Cause I tried the blood samples, that did not work. So what's the link between the 2? Check my evidence. What do you think I'm doing right now, huh? Oh, wait a second. The McGilda notes. A surprise fourth witness testimony resulted in acquittal due to insufficient evidence. Could I use this though? Mr. Milverton, he was found deceased. Says he doesn't have any relation to the man, but could he be the surprise fourth? No, let's see. 1, 2. No, the fourth people. That can't be it. Did I press him there? I did press him there, right?
Hold it!
So 2 months ago in that omnibus, McGilda killed the brickmaker and stole the disc. Mr. Mason was a single man with almost nothing to his name. By the way, chat, I just want to know, like, if people tell me to check the court record or check evidence, is that backseating or what? Because I have no idea. I think that should be fine, right? Like, that's not backseating in a way? That should be fine, right? It seems he lived in an artesian quarter some years ago, but people there remember little about him. It's more of a friendly hint? It's more giving hints. Okay, so I guess I might be mistaken. So I already pressed him on this. I pressed him on this. Okay, I got you now. I do apologize, fandom. I am sorry to you. So we did go on this, and he's saying that it was some low class. Did I press on everything? I was going to until fandom said check the court record. There's a break there.
Hold it!
I was going to press on everyone. Like Mr. Graydon told you to do, you mean? That's it, yeah. Who else, eh? Silly me thought he was just popping over for a natter after the old years, but the Rada had a dodgy job for us. Hey, Ash? Let me stop you there, Mrs. Skulkin. After all them years, you say? Do you mean to tell me that Mr. Graydon is an acquaintance of yours? We're the sociable kind of baddies, you know? Sure, let's say Graydon's an old China. An old China?
Excuse me.
Is something wrong, Mr. Skulkin? Yeah? No, the other Mr. Skulkin. If it's gonna go to Gregsy again, I'm gonna die. What? Who, me? Okay, good. When your brother was testifying just now, he said something that seemed to cause you to react. Oh, I was just remembering the old days, that's all. We used to have a right old laugh together way back when. Together with Mr. Graydon, you mean? Yeah, with Ash. I mean, you look at him now in his fancy whistle and flute and you wouldn't Adam and Eve it. But when he was younger, he was from the poor part of town, just like us. Is that so? But he was always a leery one. He had the brains, he had the savvy. Always coming up with smart ideas like what would never have gone through our heads. Clearly that blow up never went through my head. Gora blimey, ain't that the truth? Remember Milverton and Skulkin's milk run? That was a corker, eh? Save it until after the trial. Your reminiscing has no place in this courtroom. And neither does your fruit. Oi, the geezer asked us a question, didn't he? And we was answering. Yeah, we ain't done nothing wrong. They're poor fruit. Nevertheless, the court is not prepared to accompany you on your trip down memory lane. Counsel, can we turn our attention back to the testimony, please? I don't know. Could that sentimental story be relevant somehow? Let's add it. Why not? My lord. Yes, counsel? The brother's last sentimental statement could hold vital info relating to this case. Very well, counsel. I will permit the brothers to supplement their testimony with that detail. Briefly, I hasten to add. By the way, chat, I'm dying with it. I'm dying with this to my grave. The Skulkin brothers are some of the best characters in Great Ace Attorney. Some of the best. I love them. Say no more. Skulkin's never skulkin'. Milverton and Skulkin's milk run. Gore, dumb were the days. I'm sure I'm going to regret asking, but what exactly was that? Some kind of business? Just a little scheme we had going back when we was youngsters. A bit of fun, really. Delivering fresh milk to the locals, that was what it was all about. That sounds alarmingly legitimate. There must be a catch. I suppose since we're here, I should ask them to elaborate, but on what? The business model, let's go with the model. So, how did your little business work exactly? Well, every morning down our way, the milkman will come with his cart to deliver milk, see? If you stuck your empties outside your front door, he will leave them out full again, right? So, we swooped in on the action, got people to sign up with us. We promised to deliver milk for half the price of the other geezers doing it. People couldn't wait to sign on the dotted line. We were raking it in, we were. So, did you live on a dairy farm or something? Gordon Bennett, are you for your rocket? We had nothing. We were too poor to have a farm. Right. Now, what we had was going on was simple once you had the idea. We just switch them over, see? Our customers' empties with the full ones from anyone who wasn't on our books. A dawdle, right? I think you mean to say a diddle, and that's a crime. It was just an armless bit of fun, that's all. Milking the general public in such a fashion is most certainly not armless, as you put it. Well, it was him what came up with the idea. Ash is the evil genius. You mean Mr. Graydon? Yeah, Ash always had his head in a book when we was growing up. Said he was gonna get himself an education and get out of the slum we lived in. Cool, we all ragged him about that, didn't we? Told him he was soft in the head to even think about it. But look at him now. He's only gonna become a blinking communication officer, ain't he? A communications officer, Mr. Skulkin. Sholmes and Wilson's milk run. No, Iris, don't even think about it. All of a sudden, we seem to be up to our necks in a serious matter of national security. Although all this talk about interception of secret government messages is still just conjecture at this point. It would explain a number of things though, wouldn't it? The negotiation Ginny overheard on the omnibus 2 months ago and the break-in at Windy Banks. But the trouble is, it wasn't Mr. Graydon in the omnibus with Mr. McGilded. No, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker, who was so horribly murdered. If only there was some link between the two men somehow. I know, but Mr. Graydon's testimony seems to be as watertight as ever. I wonder if the key to us making headway with the cross-examination here could be those two brothers. The brothers. Yeah, I'm gonna go back there. I'm gonna go back to the last one right there. If we know there was dodgy government secrets involved, we wouldn't have touched it. Milverton and Skulkin's milk run.
Hold it!
We're gonna go ask the other detail. Alright, there was another one to ask about, which was the business name. So this business was just a bit of fun, you say? And it was just yourselves and Mr. Graydon involved? Yeah, that's it. Milverton and Skulkin's milk run, was it? Yeah, that's it. And where did the Milverton part come from? Oh, right, I thought a clever clogs like you have worked that one out. That's it. Oh, enough of this. How much longer are we expected to listen to this dribble? Let me guess, you don't accept anything these two witnesses are saying. Tell me, why is it that it was only at the mention of the name Milverton that you decided to interject? Because well... Munch. It weren't the happiest of homes that one came from. Yeah, wait a minute. The fruit. When he bit into the pear, it came back. The apple. Yeah, his old man was struggling for money so much, his wife walked down on him. The apple came back. Alright, chat. Look closely at the pear. She took the name Graydon, see? Oh, never mind. But the apple came back. But Ash will always be Milverton to us. The bite was brought back. Milverton. So that used to be your surname, did it? Of course not. This is all bunkum. I've been a Graydon since I was born. Bunkum? Do you really think you can rely on the testimony of these two thieves, You're a communications officer attached to the civil service. As such, your personal details will have been thoroughly checked at the time of your appointment. It would be a very simple matter indeed to subpoena those records, mister. Graydon. Ugh. Well, it would appear that Mr. and Mr. Skulkin's testimonies has been reliable, for once. You were born Ashley Milverton, then. Is that correct? Very well, yes. So Ashley Graydon was once Ashley Milverton. That info could change things, and could turn out to be extremely important. He's now Ashley Milverton! Gotcha. All of a sudden, we need to be... Alright, now we got the break that we needed. Fantastic. I'm just gonna do a quick save because now we got the link. We got the link between him and the Skulkin brothers. He has no relation to the man, though. That's what he's saying. But wait. If he has no relation... Wait. Hold on. I should be looking at something. Milverton. We got it. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Objection!
Mr. Ashley Milverton. Tell me, why did you try to hide your former name from the court? Because I haven't gone by that name for years. It means nothing to me. No, I don't think that's the real explanation at all. The truth is, you had a reason to hide that name. Explain yourself, please, counsel. I have here the notes from the omnibus case, my lord, and as we all know, the victim, the name who we now understand to have been negotiating with McGilded. Yes, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker? That's right, only Mason wasn't his surname at all. It was his given name. His full name was Mason Milverton. Milverton? Do you mean to say, saints alive? Mr. Ashley Milverton? Is it not the case that the brickmaker, Mr. Mason Milverton, was your father? Oh, I don't... As I believe I mentioned earlier, your family history will have been thoroughly checked when you joined the civil service, and it really would take no time at all for the court to subpoena those records. Duh. The truth is, you have been illegally acquiring highly confidential government info and selling it on to McGilded in collaboration with your father. Oh! Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. The new facts and evidence unveiled by the cross-examination of this witness all come together to reveal the truth. The truth, you say? That you collaborated with your father, Mr. Mason Milverton, in illegal dealings with Magnus McGilded. By dint of this music box, you mean, counsel? Yeah, stealing info being sent in secret government communications and selling it on to McGilded. I'm not streaming at 60 frames, yet my Switch seems to be keeping at 60 frames, Stench, and better than your Switch. Well, stop throwing your Switch on the floor. Well, I don't know the reason behind that, though. Mr. Graydon concocted this elaborate scheme of using 2 music box discs to encode the info, as presumably a safety measure against the info falling into the wrong hands. And a very effective one. I shouldn't have given the scheme any credence whatsoever. But the deal with McGilded went sour, and the brickmaker met his end. Yes, but before he was arrested, McGilded managed to temporarily dispose of the stolen disc at the pawnbroker, not prom broker. I keep messing that up, Chad. I keep saying prom broker. Then, having learned of the situation, you appeared at Windy Banks 2 days ago in an attempt to recover the 2 articles McGilded had placed in pawn there. But that attempt failed. One of the discs was seized by the police and the other you never found. So that same night, you enlisted the help of the Skulkin brothers and broke into the pawnbrokery. This time determined to recover the second disc. Are you suggesting that the second disc was inside the music box? We never knew nothing about that. On the night that Mr. Windybank was killed. The intruder to the pawnbroker touched one item and one item alone, the music box. As rather ingeniously demonstrated using the two prints from the security camera indeed. So the question that naturally begs answering is this: why was only that one article disturbed? The answer is obvious, because it contained the second disc, which the intruder was desperate to retrieve. Since if it were to fall into the hands of the police, it would be proof of high treason. Then who has the second disc, the Skulkins? Well, Mr. Graydon, do you deny that all of this actually began on that fateful night 2 months ago? I refuse to accept any of this nonsense. Fanseeks is like, yo bro, that's not gonna work anymore. Sir? There appears to be blood seeping through the sleeve of your jacket. What? He's leaking maple syrup! Time to get the pancakes! Duh! 2 nights ago, we know that 3 shots were fired at the scene of the crime in Windybank's pawnbrokery. One took the life of the pawnbroker himself. One struck the himbo's waist. And the final bullet struck the calendar on the wall of the shop, having first pierced the arm of one of the intruders. Wait a minute, chat. I just realized Ashley Graydon just got Von Karma'd. It's literally the same position as Von Karma, isn't it? Is he gonna start screaming and banging his head against the wall? Mr. Graydon, that wound on your arm that you seem to be trying to hide, it's a bullet wound, isn't it? Well, it's not Von Karma'd. Well, since this happened first, Von Karma got Graydoned. He got Graydoned. He's got you now, me old China. Time to call it quits and croak, I reckon. I mean, that's what I love about the Skulkin brothers. They're like, yeah, we're thieves, but we know when to give up. Don't acknowledge my presence there under any circumstances whatsoever. Those were my terms, remember? And I paid you handsomely to comply. Clearly, I was a fool to think I could trust some common backslum thieves. Fine, I admit it. I was there in Windybanks that night. I paid this pair 10 guineas to accompany me. And as you've noticed, I sustained an injury in the course of my adventures. But that is all. I admit to nothing more. Stealing government secrets? Negotiating with Mr. McGilded? I can dance, but ow. As God is my witness, I'm sure I recall nothing of the sort. Okay, chat, you gotta be careful. Mr. Graydon has God and anime on his side. Don't stop him. He's not gonna go down without a fight. Not until I can show him hard evidence, I suppose. Nevertheless, the defense has now established a crucial fact. Which is... well, we know that one bullet was fired from each of the 2 firearms we have in evidence. The bullet from the Skulkin brothers' gun hit the pouch around Mr. Sholmes' waist. And the bullet from Mr. Windybank's gun clearly must have been the one that caught Mr. Graydon on the arm. Indeed, it must. We can rule out the possibility that the man shot himself. You think I'd shoot myself? And that leads us to only one conclusion. Mr. Windybank was shot by a 3rd gun, which can only have been fired by the 3rd intruder. That's right, Mr. Graydon. Ugh. The only person who could possibly have shot Mr. Windybank that night is you!
Hold it!
Hold it! I don't believe any of this! He's bleeding and he's laughing. Chat, you're laughing, and Mr. Graydon is dying. You're laughing and he's dying. I don't know why. You little upstart. You made a grave mistake when you summoned me here. What? What's that supposed to mean? Yes, as you rightly say, I was there at the pawnbrokers. I did my best to hide the fact, naturally. I had no intention of ruining the distinguished career I built for myself at the station. But did the thought never cross your mind? Did you never consider the possibility? What do you mean? What thought? What possibility? The possibility that if I was there at the scene, I may have witnessed a crucial moment. You see, this makes me a key witness in this case, and I have my hands firmly around the neck of your client. What? Are you suggesting? I saw it all. I saw the very moment that pickpocket girl pointed the gun at that poor defenseless pawnbroker and shot him. Are you joking? He's bringing it back. Ah! You kill me, and now you suffer as well. Suffer by his face, chat. Suffer by his face. Ah! Ordar! Well, it would seem we are finally entering the last act of this theatrical trial. We're hitting up the climax, Mr. Graydon. Yes? I trust you are fully aware of the implications here. If it is shown that your claim is false, you will have incriminated yourself as the killer. Why is this man JoJo posing? Well, it's called Ace Attorney, Kane. Anything can happen. Also, hello. How do you do? Oh, I understand fully. Then I must ask you to forgive your formal testimony once more. You will explain to the court precisely what you saw at the moment the defendant allegedly shot the victim. Naruhodo, you're on the witness stand. Great, and therefore I am a witness. Naruhodo. Nothing would give me greater pleasure. Literally surprised Pikachu. I love that. Alright, witness testimony time. Let's do it. The moment of the shooting. While these ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance to the shop. When Windybank threw Natch over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though. The accused in a black coat shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. I saw the blood splatter all over that wretched girl. Then she tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape. Wait, what? Tossed a gun? Tossed a gun? Wait, tossed a gun? The gun was found on Gina's person. What do you mean tossed the gun? Good gracious, this is quite extraordinary testimony. You claim, sir, under oath, to have clearly seen the defendant pulling the trigger. Ordar? It wasn't my intention to testify in this way. But neither is it my intention to be found guilty of a murder I did not commit. So you see, my hand has been forced. I told the truth now as an act of self-preservation. The truth? Until now, the prosecution was completely unaware of these details. Yes, well, sorry about that. Having shot me in the arm, the pawnbroker was then shot in the back by the accused. And as I said, she was showered in his blood. You say the blood splattered all over the accused's coat. Are you sure on that point? Oh yes, quite sure. All over the black overcoat that pickpocket girl was wearing at the time. Really? If her coat could somehow be shown to harbor vestiges of blood, that would be conclusive evidence here. I mean, didn't we... Yeah, the coat has blood all over it. We tried it. Wait, the coat wasn't black? Huh. Wait, the coat was not black, was it? Wait, hold on. Don't I have a picture of the coat? Dang it, why don't I got the picture of the coat? Dang it. I can't remember the color now. Anyway, let him pour his wine. Fruit juice. Such an investigation is entirely possible, my lord. What? Only very recently, a German scientist has developed a technique to identify human blood. So here's the true science, not some amateurish detective's dubious foray into the world of chemistry. There's nothing dubious about Hurley's work. His ideas are all sound. Ideas are no use to us here. In science, as in law, theories must be proven before they stand. In Germany, that technique has already been employed in the courtroom as the basis of evidence. Scotland Yard has a small quantity of the chemical reagent used, with your lordship's permission. Oh, now we can use reagent. We could shatter all vestiges of doubt within minutes. This doesn't look good, Runo. Why not? Well, we know, don't we, that there's blood all over the front of Jeannie's coat. If they test it with their chemicals... Oh, well, you're right. I was forgetting what happened yesterday. Oh, now we'll get to know. It was... Don't move, Jeannie. I'm going to shoot. Oh, no! She got shot! That wasn't a gunshot. I don't have a gunshot sound. Purple blood. That's what it was. But that's not Mr. Windybank's blood. That stain is from 2 months ago. That's Mr. Mason's blood from when he was stabbed by McGilded, who was wearing the coat at the time. But the thing is, if they see blood, they're gonna go crazy on it. If they see blood, they're not gonna believe us saying that's not Windybank's blood. That's Mason's blood. They're gonna be like, no, that doesn't work. No, that we saw blood. No, the thing is, the blood must have like matched the thing. I don't know what happened. All I know is that in over 2 months, the blood must have seeped into the coat and it just didn't show. It's blood in a Phoenix Wright game. What do you expect to happen? To let blood be shown? No, we gotta do the stuff first. We gotta do the things by the book. We gotta do the cooking by the book. And that's what makes it crazy. My lord, the defense objects to the test proposed by the prosecution. Overruled. Lord Von Zeeks make it so at once. With pleasure, my lord. And while we await the results, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination. Once they find out blood on the overcoat, Gina will be... Counsel? Yes, my lord. Your cross-examination. Of course, my lord. If this examination doesn't go well, if I don't manage to uncover some decisive evidence or a really compelling clue now, I have a very bad feeling about this outcome. Oh boy. Let's see what we can find, chat. It's time for the cross-examination, the moment of the shooting. While these ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance to the shop. Mr. Windybank emerged from the storeroom, I believe. Ringo and Nash were scouring the counter when he suddenly appeared and flew at them. He already had the revolver in his hand. Fortunately, I wasn't too close. I'd never been so scared in all my life. Yeah, we were just your regular mild-mannered burglars, that's all. We don't like violence. Says the pair who carry a gun. I don't like violence. Carries revolver, carries Glock, carries freaking MP5. What do you mean when you say you were near the entrance to the shop? I was in the doorway, running my eyes over the shelves of forfeited items. Looking for the music box, of course. The broker went for Nash in the first place, then Ringo joined in, making it 2 against 1, so I assumed they can handle the situation. Carrying weapons was common back then? Oh, I got weapons too. It's called my Yu-Gi-Oh deck. Have you ever heard of the card, the Pot of Greed? Most dangerous card I've ever seen. But I was wrong. I was trying to help me little bruv, but the old geezer chucked me over the bloomin' counter. So I pulled me gun in the old fella, and that soon made him scarper. The pair of you setting up pawn to poor defenseless pawnbroker together, shame on you. Sorry, Gov. When Windybank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I was having a heart attack. You mean that's the moment you were shot? Yes, though I didn't immediately realize what had happened, of course. Things crashed to the floor from the counter as the 3 men were brawling. It was exactly It wasn't exactly that moment that it happened, so I didn't hear the gunshot. No, you're right, fandom. I don't have the Blue Eyes White Dragon. Unless... No, I don't have one. And the bullet went on to strike the calendar in the wall behind you. So it would appear, when I looked at my arm, I saw it was bleeding badly, so I wrapped up my handkerchief around it. Seeing as I couldn't explain what had happened to a doctor, I had no choice but to wait for it to heal. I didn't imagine it would still be bleeding 2 days later. You got shot in the arm. It probably broke some blood vessels inside. Of course it will continue bleeding. Did Mr. Windybank intend to shoot you, do you think? Well now, I don't imagine he even noticed I was there, to be honest. Perhaps the gun went off accidentally. Anyway, it didn't quite strike home. When I pulled my gun on him, he tried to shove me out the way, and then he scarpered through that door out back. At which point, what did you do? I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though. You mean you chased after him? I don't recall the reason why, but I ran after him to the back of the shop. And what about this peephole in the door you mentioned? Well, unsurprisingly, the storeroom's door is a solid job made out of stout wood. But there's a small opening in it, about head height, that lets you see whatever's in there from the outside. Actually, I should know about that, shouldn't I? I looked through it myself that night. My eyes are beautiful. Why does Runo have beautiful eyes, chat? And what about you, Brooklyn Brothers? Did you see what went on through this peephole as well? Not likely, Gov. Didn't see nothing of the sort, Gov. I thought these two buffoons were even aware of the peephole's existence. So the Skulkin brothers were there, but they didn't see the killing of Mr. Windybank take place. Inside the storeroom, I could see the broker and that young girl standing there. The defendant? Yes, though neither of them noticed I was looking. The girl raised her gun and pointed it straight at the man. And then, what did you see next? I saw a biggity bing bing bang bang. The accused in a black coat shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. Yes, when the crime was discovered, the crime was discovered when the body was discovered in Danganronpa coming this Saturday. Is that a good ad? When the crime was discovered, the defendant was found with a gun in her hand, but that was Mr. Windybank's gun, from which only a single bullet had been fired. And as we've already established, Mr. Graydon, that bullet was fired at you. Ah, but no, it wasn't the broker's gun that the pickpocket girl had when I saw her. Yes, the bullet from Windybank's gun grazed my arm, and yes, the Skulkin's gun grounded the detective. But this was another gun entirely, a third gun. The broker's gun was not the murder weapon, so clearly there had to be a third firearm involved. In other words, the accused must have had her own gun with her at the time.
Objection.
But no other gun was found at the scene. You can't wait for a dancing Roomba? Whatever that means. Calm yourself, counsel. Sorry? You must consider the events in order. At first, I saw the broker and the girl glaring at each other, but then, all of a sudden, the broker turned to run, and it was at that moment that the little gutter rat shot him in the back. A chilling image, I must say. I saw the blood splatter all over that wretched girl. It was funny. Oh, all over her? Yes, through the peephole, I saw it clearly. Of course, the stains are invisible now, what with the coat being such a dark color. But I assure you, that garment is sullied with the victim's blood. Well, it is sullied with blood, that's for sure. But it's not Mr. Windybank's blood, is it? No, that's right. It's Mr. Mason Milberton's blood from when McGilded stabbed him 2 months ago. It's so annoying. If only they accept Hurley's chemical analysis, we could prove that. If we accept Hurley's chemical analysis, this case would have been over 5 hours ago. Right? But they won't, so unfortunately, we can't use it as evidence to support our case. It's plot armor. We can't do it due to plot armor. Bother. Then she tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape. Did I hear you correctly? She threw the gun out the room? That's right, after the broker fell to the floor, she started walking over. Over where exactly? In the direction of the storeroom door, to where I was watching. Of course, I quickly retreated, and then the girl dropped the gun through the peephole onto the floor on my side of the door. But why on earth would she do such a thing? I couldn't tell you, perhaps she was hoping to distance herself from the murder weapon. Without thinking, I went and picked it up. I suppose I was worried about her just leaving it there, just in case any more tragedies took place. So it was you, in fact, who took the third gun from the scene of the crime. Yes, it was yours truly. I left it clear up to my lackeys and left. Clear up? We made a bit of a mess around the counter, Mr. Whistle and Flutie had told us to tidy up. He thinks he's our bloomin' mum sometimes. Well, I was paying you enough, by God. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket? You're like a bull out of gate, aren't you? Wait, what? Wait, what's going on here? Wait, excuse... What?
Excuse me.
Wait, was that the night? Oh, there we go. Gentlemen, the music didn't stop, but I was worried. What's going on? Something wrong, Sunshine? That should be my line. You do realize you were just violently shaking Mr. Skulkin. Blimey, this D's a bit of an hooligan, ain't he? What was going on just now? You saw him, he grabbed me whistle. Why the blazes, he said. Didn't you mention the third gun when we got you down to the station? And why didn't you? Cause we didn't know nothing about it. Or that flaming peephole on the door. Sorry about that. I can be prone to losing my rag sometimes. Not hurt, are ya? I'm almost dead, girl, blimey. See the way he's looking at me? I'm telling ya, this D's giving me the willies. That was strange. The inspector doesn't normally get quite as worked up as that. He wouldn't normally grab someone. No, that wasn't like Gregsy at all. He's normally all sweetness and light no matter what I say to him. Yes, well, I think you might be a special case, Iris. Well, anyway, that was definitely out of character. That definitely was. Oh, I guess we're done. My lord! Requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination. Explain yourself, officer. I have the results of the test that was ordered earlier, my lord. Ah, the blood on the accused's overcoat. Thank you, officer. Very well, the cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. I presume you have no objection, counsel? No, my lord. Oh boy, here we go. Well, there you have it. The report, please, Inspector. Yes, sir. Traces of human blood were found on the overcoat of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. From the extent of the stains, it would appear that they were the result of spattering following a gunshot wound. End of report. But they're not gonna realize this from 2 months ago. Ah, flip. What the? Alright, Mr. Spinney. See, what did I tell you? No, the blood on that coat is not Mr. Windybanks. What on earth makes you say that, counsel? The coat originally belonged to Magnus McGilded. Just before his coat was deposited at Windybanks, McGilded had fatally stabbed Mr. Mason Milverton. So the blood on that overcoat is the blood of the brickmaker from the omnibus case.
Objection!
Well, the dead cannot speak. Isn't that right, my Nipponese friend? Sorry? 2 months ago, in this very courtroom, did you not argue fervently for McGilded's innocence? And yet, now that the man is dead, you brand him as a murderer. Ah! Your conduct shatters any shred of respect you may have earned for yourself in this country. But that was... I call it a bally disgrace treachery, that's what it is. How to determine whether the blood in that coat is 2 months old or not? Even a stereoscope couldn't help the answer to that problem pop out. It can't be done. But... Yoshikage Kita? What is that? I don't know who that is. Sorry, Kane. Mr. Sholmes is a detective, not a chemist. Would you put such faith in a chemical formula devised by me, for example, when I'm a communications officer? I held up Piroski to Starving Boy and he ran away crying. What does that have to do with anything? And that was a JoJo reference? I was like, that name seems familiar. It has to be JoJo's reference. So, in this case, Kane, this is for you. Is that a mother flippin' JoJo reference? Sherlock Sholmes is barely more than a figment of the public's imagination. His name carries no weight in this courtroom. No weight at all. How could you say that? Victory is sweet indeed. This proves that my testimony is the whole truth from start to finish. How do you arrive at such a conclusion, sir? As the witness said, the accuser's coat was spattered with the blood of the victim. The only way Mr. Graydon could possibly have known the fact is if he saw it happen. In other words, his testimony is solid and the conclusion is singular. It was the accused who shot the victim in this case. That is the whole truth. Ah! My lord! Been a long battle this one, but this old warhorse has something to say now, if you please. Mr. Foreman? As of this moment, sir, the squadron has reached its final decision. Ready, men? All for one now. Oh no. Sir!
Guilty.
Guilty.
Oh boy.
Guilty.
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 Well, we are screwed. Can we do another summation examination, please? Summonation examination? Well, it would appear the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached a unanimous verdict. Man, that was quite a slurp. The defense has consistently failed to unpick this witness's testimony. Here's to any attempt you may make at unpicking the juror's decision being equally successful. I don't believe it. After I've come so far, how is it all unraveling on me so fast? Mia, where are you? Where's the ghost? I need my ghost, mommy. How very distressing to be held in such low self-esteem, or low esteem, I mean. Bobby? Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Nada? No. No, you're not telling me. Officer? You deliver the report now. That'll be all, thank you. It occurs to me with some regularity, Mr. Naruhodo, that scientific truths are determined not by science, but by none other than the human mind. I know that voice. Am I going mad? Ah! No freaking way. Holy flip, he looks good in a Bobby outfit. Mr. Sholmes! What is the meaning of this? Look at that stance! Look at that stance! Oh my goodness, what a flippin' twist! What business do you have here, detective? Now, why is the strap going through his hair, though? The thing is, how is he able to hide his face for that long until we get a close-up on his face and it's like, wait, you're not a background character, you're a main character. I mean, if Sholmes was in that outfit, he would win Who is the Main Character award because you wouldn't find them at all. It's like finding, what's that character name? The Waldo. It's like finding Waldo, but you gotta find Sholmes in the Bobby outfit. You can't find him. What business do you have here, detective? The last I heard, you were recuperating in hospital. As well as I would be, had I not been set upon an errand. What errand? Hurley, it's really you! You're awake at last! Yes, good day, Iris. I appear to be rather late to rise. My apologies. Now, my lord, if you will humor me. In what manner, sir? I have something of great importance I wish to give to the young lawyer over there. I need no more than 5 minutes. Would you be so kind as to spare us the time? You find it so weird how they just say hospital instead of the hospital? Pretty much. Yeah. What say you to this, Lord Von Zeeks? This trial has taken many hours of the court's time, having spent so long already. Exactly, having spent so long already, we don't want to go wasting any more precious time. As I was saying, having spent so long already, it would seem churlish to deny the defense a mere 5 minutes. Oh! Very well then, counsel. You have 5 minutes. Holy flip chat. Oh, he just... Did he just take it off? Okay, I need to know. Did he have an extra set of clothes with him and just changed in front of everybody? Or did he take it off and have that underneath? I need to know the answer to this. How did he get into his detective outfit? Did he strip or did he have it under him? My dear fellow, I apologize for my tardy arrival. Mr. Sholmes, are you alright now? Alright, I'm all wrong. I should use that line. Alright, I'm all wrong. Sorry? I've only just managed to summon the strength to stand, man. I have to judge for 5 minutes. But I fear even that may prove too much for me. Pray forgive me should I pass out. It's a work of a stand. Let's make this discussion as short as possible. Imagine at the end of this conversation, he just knocks out. Hurley, this place is full of idiots. None of them can see how wonderful your chemical blood analysis is. Ah, well, that concoction of mine was really just a bit of sport to assist me in my investigations. I never took the trouble to refine it for appraisal by the scientific community. An oversight on my part. Right. Modesty? Surely not. But enough of that. I'm here to give you this, my dear fellow. What? A lavender furoshiki wrapping? A leaving present from Miss Susato-san? If possible, matters were to be settled without me giving you this. Those were her instructions when she asked me to do her this favor. I don't understand. Miss Susato foresaw today's events, I believe. She knew that the corporal would attempt to escape justice by means both devious and underhand, and that you, Mr. Naruhodo, fighting fairly as you are wont to do, would find yourself in considerable peril. At that very moment of crisis, you were to be given this small parcel. Is she a fortune teller of something? Can she tell the future? Those were the dear lady's instructions. A leaving present from Susato-san. Whatever could it be? What is this? The cat door? The cat door maker? The machine I made. The thing that makes cat doors? Wagahai! The cat floppo-mat! Look, I used this. It's my latest invention. What is that? I call it the cat floppo-mat. It can make a cat flap for a furry little friend like Waggy in seconds. Wait, cat flap. Peephole. Boom, 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 boom. What's Susie up to? Miss Susato muttered the following words before she left. Yeah, I'm a failure. I don't deserve to be a judicial assistant. What? Didn't she say something like that? What do you mean? She's been helping out a lot. You really are the best judicial assistant in the world. Well, that's extremely flattering. But I'm sorry to say that I've been a complete failure. Why would she say that? She's been helping out a lot. Like, she really has been helpful. Whatever did she mean by that, Mr. Sholmes? That night when you left Windy Banks in pursuit of the thieves. Miss Susato made use of this contraption for a certain purpose. That is your answer, dear fellow. Not at all cryptic then. Susato-san used this cat flapple-mat that night, but why? I got a cat flapple-mat. Cool. Oh! Well, the cup's dead. Your 5 minutes is over. We're out of time already. Is Mr. Sholmes dead again? Oh, he's on the floor. Oh, nope, he's still standing. His 5 minutes are not similar to human 5 minutes. 5 minutes in our time is like 1 second to him. I'm grateful to you for affording us that brief recess, Mr. Reaper. I need no thanks, Detective. After all, we should check this cat flapple map once more. What the heck? That's how it makes the door? Excuse me? Ooh, those vicious teeth look like they can rip out through almost anything. They're good, aren't they? They're made of a special alloy developed just for this job. The cutter rotates 10 times per second so it can get through any kind of door in no time at all. And what are the 2 parts at the top there? Ah, those are for attaching hinges to the section of door that gets cut out. Right, of course. Nothing can match this machine for power. It can make mincemeat of even the toughest of doors. It sounds so charming and friendly when you say what it's for, but it feels like the reality of the cat flopple-mat is that it's just a grim weapon of door destruction. Wagahai's so adorable, there's nothing I wouldn't do for him, even developing deadly weapons. Pretty much same. Same. So it got through the door, and that's how the peephole could have been made. That's how the peephole could have been made. After all, the die is cast. Is it really? The jurors are unanimous in their leanings. No doubt my learned friend will consider a summation examination. But any attempt to alter the verdict now would be utterly futile. I wonder. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? The rest is down to you, dear fellow. What is your plan? The rest is down to me? I need to be careful here. If I make a wrong move, the trial will end badly. My lord, the defense requests. Should we go for a summation examination? Time to think. I need time to think. It's no good. I need time to think. What do you think you're doing, Mr. Naruhodo? Sorry? What if Miss Yusato's gracious gesture? Hey Lem, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. How you do? Would you let this final piece of evidence she left you go to waste? Final piece of... This is not a time for inaction. This is a time to hear from a witness. But it's not possible for me to bring a new witness to the stand at this point. I don't think that's what Hurley means, Runo. Have you forgotten where we are in the trial? The cross-exam... Oh, it's temporarily suspended! We can go back to the cross-examination. If the defense has nothing more to add, I think we should proceed to the adjudication. We can continue the cross-examination. Wait, my lord, the defense request. Further cross-examination. The jurors have spoken. Protocol dictates that you may not cross-examine a new witness now. The defense is not asking for the cross-examination of a new witness, rather to continue with one of an existing witness. What? It would appear that a rather important detail has escaped your attention, Mr. Reaper. My lord, requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination. Thank you, officer. Please tell me that this ends with like a Ryunosuke, freaking Mr. Sholmes doing the freaking pointing at the Reaper or freaking Mr. Grayson. It has to end in an epic way, basically. But yes, the cross-examination has been temporarily suspended, which means legally we can get back to it. So there we flippin' go. So nobody can say anything then. If Bruno asks to resume his cross-examination of Mr. Graydon, the court is obliged to allow it. This is absurd. Oh. I would remind those present that this is my courtroom. I concur that the defense is entirely within its rights to request a continuation of the cross-examination. However, I will not permit an unremitting protraction of these proceedings. Therefore, I have decided to afford the defense one final opportunity in concluding the cross-examination. Counsel, you must choose but one statement from the witness's testimony, and but one piece of evidence to present in support of the argument against it. A single chance to present evidence? If following that the situation remains unchanged, I shall move to adjudication. Is that clear, counsels? You will not press the witness any further. My lord? Yes, my lord. A single statement and a single piece of evidence. Most generous. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, it's high time I fell into a dead faint. Wait, what? I leave this in your capable hands. What the? Ah, that's our man right there. Mr. Sholmes! Sholmes in the story, and thus he fainted, losing consciousness. Sholmes visually flails and falls backwards, very not in a way a normal fainting person would. To stand so insouciantly before the court in a state of such high fever, either the man has extraordinary strain of mind or an extraordinary lack of feeling. I imagine he's feeling very little now. The detective is sleeping soundly in one of the antechambers. Strike a man when he's down, why don't you? Well done, counsel. Are you fully prepared? Hold on. Am I really ready yet? Am I really ready? Yes, I'm ready now. One statement, one piece of evidence. I won't let Mr. Sholmes down, or Iris. Let's get ready, and I won't waste this final chance that Susato-san has given me. This is going to decide the entire outcome of the trial. Very well then, under the terms I have outlined, you may resume the cross-examination. Alright chat, let's finish this. Final cross-examination! At least I hope it's the final one. While these ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance to the shop. When Windybank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though. The accused in a black overcoat shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. I saw the blood spatter over that wretched girl. Then she tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape. The peephole, it has to be one of these peephole things. You can see him through the peephole, but the Skulkin brothers do not know anything about the peephole. So...
Objection!
Here. What on earth is this eccentric contraption, counsel? Ooh, it's my cat Flapple-Man, my lord. It makes a way for cats to get in and out of a room. It can cut through any door you can think of and make a new little door in the middle of it. That's right, my lord. It's a device for creating so-called cat flaps. Small doors for cats to come and go as they please without their owners having to open the main door. I'm sure we can all work that out for ourselves. But that cat lover's contrivance has no possible relevance to this case. Oh, really? Of course it doesn't. To start with, there was no cat flap in the pawnbroker's door. Not being a keeper of cats myself, I'm afraid I fail to see what this has to do with the matter at hand. Perhaps it would help if I described its function another way then. This contraption is able to create a peephole in any door you can imagine in practically no time at all. I beg your pardon? A peephole, you say? 2 nights ago, we arrived at the scene only minutes after the murder of Mr. Windybank had taken place. That's right, according to the paperwork at the yard, it was you, your Japanese assistant, and Sholmes. Yes, the three of us were together, and it's recently come to my attention that my assistant made use of this device at the time. Your assistant did what? There was a peephole in the storeroom door. I can attest to that. So Susato-san made the peephole? Because I looked through the peephole myself in order to see inside the locked storeroom. This is ludicrous. What are you trying to say? Of course there was a peephole in the door. I said as much in my testimony. How else could I have witnessed the crime, for pity's sake? Yes, how could you? What? Counsel, kindly say what you mean. Alright, it's time. Time to strike the final blow. What I mean is this, my lord. My assistant made the peephole in the storeroom door, and until such time as she did, the door had no hole in it to look through. What? No!
Objection!
This is a farce. Are you really suggesting that the peephole in the door was... Yes, it was created only after the incident had taken place by my judicial assistant using this device. Your assistant tampered with the crime scene whilst fully being aware of the gravity of her actions? This is a most serious act of vandalism. For which I humbly apologize, my lord. It was in the few minutes that I left the scene in order to pursue the Skogan brothers and alert the police. Nevertheless, in the light of this new info, it becomes apparent that Mr. Graydon's testimony is riddled with holes. Riddled with... Explain yourself, counsel. The majority of Mr. Graydon's testimony that appears to incriminate the defendant is based upon what he witnessed through the peephole in the storeroom door. Yes, that filthy girl shooting the man in the back. However, if at the time of the incident, that peephole did not yet exist in the door, there is no possible way that you could have seen what you claim to have seen. Ugh. In short, your entire testimony is a pack of lies. Ugh. Got him. Order! Is there any credence in this revelation?
Objection!
None whatsoever, as my learned friend must surely realize. Exactly, this is just some cheap trick designed to discredit me. I'm afraid not, sir. Of course it is. Do you seriously expect people to believe that plaything can go through a solid wooden door? Now, let's try this on you, Graydon. Use his cat flapomat on his chest. Ah! Oh yes, I designed it to be very powerful. It can cut through even the toughest of doors. That's how we made $5 million in one day thanks to the bank. That's absurd. I don't believe it for a second. Ah, I had a feeling you'd say that. What? Waggy, Cooey, time for dinner. Cooey? Wait, did she... What? There's just a flop there? Wait, when? How? Why? Well... young lady, this is the Old Bailey. One does not make calf flaps in the oak paneling at the Old Bailey. What? When'd she make that? I'm not done yet, don't worry. This doesn't mean that the peephole in the storeroom door at Windy Banks was made by your machine. And there's no way you could prove that it was. No, but it's easy. What? The cat flaps my cat flapomat creates are all of a fixed size, and the dimensions of the peephole at Windy Banks are an exact match. Ugh. Old Silky's lost for words. Excellent work, Iris, thank you. And now it's my learned student friend's turn to be lost for words, I feel. I believe your judicial assistant has already left the country for your Eastern Island home. Well, yes, that's true. Then you may have some difficulty in establishing all of the facts. For the sake of argument, let us assume the peephole has dimensions that are a perfect fit for this contraption. In that case, when was the peephole cut? The prosecution demands proof of your answers. Oh, wait, hold on. Can I prove it with the photos? Wait. Wait a minute! I see it! I see it! No peephole! And then over here, peephole! How did I not see that? Joker, you gotta go up. Alright. Peace out, Joker. Best of luck with the other examos. What is the purpose of your line of inquiry, Lord Van Zieks? It's very simple, my lord. The defense argues that the people was created after the incident using this device, but now that the perpetrator has returned to her native land, she cannot testify to the fact. There is no proof. I did not see that. That's literally something you do not see right away. But now that it's been brought up... Exactly, CB, exactly. And for as long as the defense remains unable to prove when the peephole was made, my learned friend's claim amounts to nothing more than a baseless accusation. Ah! Well, okay, stop doing that. Stop breaking your back. But yeah, that was such a well-hidden thing. That's not something out there. That's like, oh, you're right. There is no peephole there, and then there's a peephole there. Like, it's barely seen. It was a good trick. Good trick, Capcom. Good trick. Indeed, that is so, Lord Von Zieks. Well, Counsel? Don't give up now, Runo. This is the time to create your own opening and force your way through. I don't know if I can do this, but I do know one thing. Susato-san is the greatest judicial assistant in the world. Very well, the counsel for the defense will present evidence to support the claim made. Proof that the peephole in the door of Windy Bank Storeroom was created after the event and not before. I gotta use this, and not before. Peephole was created after the event. Do I present the 1 o'clock or the 1:30 or 1:31? Because by that statement, I have to present the 1:31, but I should present the one that doesn't have a peephole first, right?
Take that!
What are you? A print from that detective's infernal cameras again? My judicial assistant, Miss Susato Mikotoba, is an extremely intelligent and capable woman, which is why I never had any cause to doubt that she would have considered this scenario and made sure I had the necessary proof. And the necessary proof is this photographic print, Counsel? This print shows a scene in the shop moments after the defendant entered the premises. Agreed. And it also shows the accused mercilessly wielded a gun in the direction of the defenseless broker. But more to the point, it pictures the storeroom door in the background. Let me see that print again. Enhance. I don't believe it. This really is quite remarkable. The door to the storeroom is completely devoid of a peephole of any description. Mr. Graydon, you couldn't possibly have witnessed the crime as you claim to have done, because at the time it happened, there was no peephole in the door. In other words, your testimony is a catalog of lies. Nice. Udar! I'm satisfied that the defense has substantiated its claims beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness's testimony was entirely fallacious. That's not the only thing we now know beyond all reasonable doubt. My learned friend's assistant's guilt can no longer be denied. The woman tampered with a crime scene. But more importantly, good lord, there's more, Lord Von Zieks? The defense may have established a reprehensible instance of perjury, but that is no proof that this man is the victim's killer. Oh no, he's picking himself up. Yes, that's right. What? I was there at the scene. It's true. And I was shot in the arm. It's true. But that's all. Yes, in fact, if you look at the circumstances, I am the victim here. Oh, please, no! I don't believe this. But they're right. As it stands now, I don't have any definitive proof that he is the culprit. Still, he can't worm his way out of it now. Iris? You know what they say. There's no point locking the cat's door after the cat has bolted. Isn't that right, Runo? As Hurley always says, one lie begets another. No, wait. That might have been a line I wrote for him in one of my stories. Well, no matter who said it first, you're right. Mr. Graydon, not only did you give false testimony to the court, but the lies you told make no sense. Make no sense? What do you mean by such a remark? What you said in your testimony reveals that you know something you shouldn't have known. In other words, there is a fundamental inconsistency in your statement. What?
Objection!
This is provocative talk, counsel. Won't you enlighten the court? Explain this alleged inconsistency. I was right. One lie begets another. The inconsistency is revealed by the lies in the witness's statement. They showed that Mr. Graydon had knowledge of something he shouldn't have known anything about. Namely, he shouldn't know about the third gun. The third gun.
Objection!
Do you have any idea what you're saying, my Nipponese friend? Absolutely, I've been studying English hard since I was a child. You failed to catch my meaning. The witness has admitted to removing the gun in question from the scene himself. But there were people, though, and there was no peephole. Oh, that really did not count, huh? Oh, dang it. Okay, so that was the wrong option right there. Keep average. Got it. I got it. I thought I had it right there. After the lengths Usato-san went in order to leave that last piece of evidence with me. In fact, perhaps I need to pursue the implications of that further, then it might all become clear. There's still light in those dark eyes I see. Will it do you any good, I wonder? This is provocative talk. Alright, let's try that again. So let's see. He shouldn't have known anything about the people. He kept saying there's a people. The point is not that you lied in your testimony, Mr. Graydon. It's the nature of the lie you concocted that is so revealing. You're not making any sense. Then let me ask you a simple question. How is it, Mr. Graydon, that you knew of the existence of the people in the storeroom door? What? Well, obviously oh. Has the cat got your tongue, witness? Wagahai, give the man his tongue back. The people on the door was made after the incident occurred, and once I returned to the shop having failed to catch the two burglars, Scotland Yard's investigators arrived immediately. Since that time, the police have been at Windy Banks constantly carrying out their investigation. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson? Well, yes, of course. The place is chock full of pawned articles and my lads have to thoroughly examine them all. So I gave the order to have officers working around the clock in shifts so we get through it all. And consequently, there's no way that you, Mr. Graydon, could have gained access to the shop. Therefore, you should have known nothing about the people in the storeroom door. So the fact is, its existence forms the basis of your testimony is completely inexplicable. Inexplicable.
Objection.
Yeah. And yet, the fact remains that Mr. Graydon did maintain that he witnessed the crime take place through the people in the door. How on earth is that possible? Oh, wait. Oh, God. Okay, so it's for my job tomorrow. I think I got like an hour. I gotta come in an hour later instead of an hour earlier. Could I have a word, please, Lord Von Zeeks? Speak, Inspector. It's just that I really ought to be getting back to the station now to put in my report. There's really nothing more I can... Are they working together? Is Gregsy sus? There's really nothing more I can add to this testimony, so if it's all the same to you, permission denied. Oh. It's not all the same to me, Inspector, not at all. You will remain exactly where you are until this trial concludes. Gregsy, how dare you? Gregsy, why? Mr. Graydon, you shouldn't have known about the existence of that peephole. which can only mean that you must have been informed about it by somebody else. Ugh.
Objection!
Stop there, my learned friend. You realize I trust that the words you just uttered have extremely serious implications. Yes, but the defense believes that the details about the case that Mr. Graydon claims to have seen must have been revealed to him by a certain person before his testimony. And in fact, considering a particular clue we have, there's really only one person that could be. Who is the person in question, counsel? Who gave this witness details of the crime scene to facilitate his false testimony? Why, Gregsy?
Take that!
Why? The truth is, it can only have been you, Inspector Gregson. Me?
Objection!
You had better have some proof to substantiate such a rash claim, my learned friend. Consider the fact that we have only been aware of Mr. Ashley Graydon's identity for the last few hours. We learned of it only during the course of the trial today. Indeed, preparations for his testimony were made with great urgency during our hour-long recess, while the police executed the subpoena and brought the man here from the communication station. And until that time, Mr. Graydon would have had no idea. No inkling that he would suddenly be required to appear in court. Are you suggesting that until such time as he was summoned? Yes, my lord. Until then, it's reasonable to assume he knew nothing of the peephole. It was only once Mr. Graydon was in the stand that he realized his position, that he would have to defend himself against the accusation that he was the third intruder. You're suggesting to the court that it was while this trial was in progress that he received the info? So that he could commit perjury in order to save his skin? Exactly. And the only person with knowledge of the investigation that he had any contact with is you, Inspector Gregson. This is a bloomin' outrage. Why would I be giving away details of our investigation to this fella, eh? I was summoned to his lordship's chambers during the recess in any case. Had you forgotten that? Quite true. I had a number of questions regarding the events that transpired at the pawnbrokery. Which means the first time these two laid eyes on one another was after proceedings resumed following the recess. Since then, they've been in full view of the stand, where such illicit discussions couldn't possibly have occurred. Weren't they just chatting with each other? Ooh, I just remembered something, Runo. What is it, Iris? There was one time before, wasn't there? I think it was when Ginny was testifying. Oh yes, now you mention it. When the bailiff was dispatched to retrieve McGilda's music box from the scene of the crime. That's it. It was during that testimony. I remember finding it strange at the time that these two were making out. Mr. Graydon and the inspector seemed to be having some kind of secret discussion. It would have been possible for you to give Mr. Graydon the info he needed then. You little toe rag, you're making all this up. I'm a respectable Scotland Yard inspector, for crying out loud. Why would I do something like that? Why would I be giving away confidential details to the likes of this bloke? Admittedly, you wouldn't have had any reason to do something like that for no gain, but perhaps it was part of a deal of some kind. Then it starts to make more sense. What deal, counsel? I wonder if perhaps in exchange for details about the people at the crime scene, Mr. Graydon agreed to give a certain something to the inspector. I'm sure I need not remind the inspector that if found to be true, striking a deal of any kind with a witness would be considered a gross case of malfeasance. Well,
Objection!
It's becoming clear that jumping in with accusations is this Nipponese student's specialty. I don't do that. But with the stakes so high, the prosecution is not prepared to listen to baseless charges. It is incumbent on the defense now to present evidence in support of this diabolical claim. Evidence? Just what are you proposing that the inspector demanded of the witness in return? The court must see proof of this alleged deal. If Inspector Gregson really did strike a deal with Mr. Graydon, then logically, there's only one thing he could have asked for. That must be it. Bruno, do you think it could be? Yes. It's the missing link that would join all the dots together in this puzzle. I must press you for an answer now, Counsel. What evidence explains the nature of the alleged deal that Gregson made with the witness? Could it be the manuscript? Could it be that? Because the box was open at the time, I think. Or is it something else? Because it's either that or the music box. Could it be the music box? I have two things to choose from, and I'm just gonna save just in case. Because I feel like it could be the music box. It could be the disc. But I don't know if it could be the story manuscript as well. I'm gonna go with the box. Inspector Gregson. Besides this murder, is it not true that you've been working on another very important case? What are you getting at, Sunshine? Is it possible that this other top secret case is what's alluded to in this newspaper article here? The classified secrets being leaked overseas from the Ministry of Justice. How the bleeding Nora could you... We discovered during the course of this trial the music box deposited at Windy Banks by Magnus McGilded, a special music box designed to play 2 discs at once. It would seem very likely now that encoded on the pair of discs that were in McGilded's possession are the leaked classified secrets. So I put it to you, Inspector, that in order to recover the second of the discs containing those secrets, you covertly made a deal with Mr. Graydon in which you exchanged the disc for details of the case. You little He would have swore, but this game wouldn't let him. On the day of the incident, when we met you at Windy Banks, you said this. I'll be taking that whatever it is of McGilded's down to the yard, thank you very much. So hand it over. No, don't give it to him. It's mine, that is. Mine. I'm sorry, miss, but anything belonging to McGilded has to be taken in as evidence now. Gregsy, how could you? Scotland Yard already knew at that time, isn't that right? That Magnus McGilded was involved in the stealing of government secrets. My orders were, recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry, and do it on the QT, strictly hush-hush. And that explains why, when I presented this disc as evidence to the court, you objected so heavily, I presume. Because you knew that it contained highly confidential information. Blimey, not likely. I mean, I wasn't that sure of it myself. I realized there was a possibility, that's all. Inspector, surely you're not saying that in order to acquire the second of these music box discs, you did indeed reveal confidential details of the crime scene to the witness, to aid and abet this man in giving false testimony. There's no other way that Mr. Graydon could have known of the existence of the peephole. It's the only explanation. A deal was struck between these two men. No! Hey, Citrix, you missed most of the stream? Well, you just made it to the climax. If, and I stress if, this sobering assertion turns out to be founded in truth, it would mean that the second disc is, as we speak, here in this very courtroom. Wait, what? In this room? How could you possibly make a claim like that? Because Inspector Gregson is a Scotland Yard detective. What? What's that supposed to mean, eh? As a seasoned policeman, the inspector will have approached his alleged deal with caution. Certainly, he would not have accepted a gentleman's agreement in this matter. No, he would have insisted on having the article agreed upon in the palm of his hand. Good gracious, then you mean to say Inspector Gregson already has the item in question in his possession? He has the second disc actually on his person?
Yes!
Yes! The defense demands that the inspector is searched at once. Definitely. They could only have struck a deal with each other when Ginny was testifying before, and Gregsy hasn't moved from the witness stand since. My lord, please, order an examination of his personal effects immediately. Well, Inspector? This young lad wants to tone down his imagination. He insulted me and my profession quite enough. However, if it will put this matter to bed and dispel any doubts about my involvement, then I'll happily submit to a body search. What? He's going to agree to it? I presume you're aware of the precipice on which you now teeter, my learned student friend? You've made a most serious allegation against Scotland Yard here. If followed the search of the inspector's personal effects, no disc is found. You will be deemed unfit for court service. This trial will end, and my country's government will formally demand of yours that you are severely reprimanded. That sounds serious. Indeed, to have a visiting student make such defamatory remarks about our country's most senior police force is not something Her Majesty's government will be able to overlook. You're just threatening Runa because you're scared. The accusation is beyond serious. You must be prepared for grave consequences. It's true. I can't imagine Gregson would have accepted a gentleman's agreement for something so critical. The disc must have physically changed hands, which means the inspector should have it. But somehow, something doesn't feel quite right here. Very well, counsel. You know the implications, so let me ask you one final time. Yes, my lord. Do you still persist in formally requesting a search of the inspector's personal effects? Oh, I think we pretty much got to at this point. Search him. Yes, the defense demands that Inspector Gregson is searched at once. Very well, are you ready to proceed, Inspector? I feel like it might be a trap, it might be. And so a brief body search was carried out by the court bailiff. A few short minutes later, it was revealed that the inspector had nothing unusual. No, we do not want that bad ending. No, go back. We're going back. The thing is, it was a trap. The thing is, he was so nonchalant about it, so it's like, if I search him, it's gonna be weird, right? Because he said yes, right away. We gotta search someone else. Yes, the defense formally demands the search be conducted. Well, don't say you weren't warned, but your typical Nipponese stubbornness may well land you in hot water this time. Perhaps the lesson will do you some good. Fair enough, I've got nothing to hide. Very well then. Bailiff, conduct a search of the inspector's personal effects. But hold on there. Oh. The defense demands a search, but not of Inspector Gregson. What? Now what's all this? I'm the one you're accusing, aren't I? I thought you wanted to search me. No, Inspector, not you. Somebody else. What's the meaning of all this then, eh? Lost at last, have your sunshine? The court shouldn't have to put up with this nonsense. You're being completely irrational. Be quiet, all of you. Iris. Bruno's doing what you all told him to do and having the courage of his convictions. So you should respect that and listen to what he has to say in good faith. Because that's the British way. Go, Iris. Well said, young lady. Indeed, this court is in awe of the defense's counsel's conviction and eagerly awaits his next words. You what? Now don't be hasty, my lord. If I'm not mistaken about the things I've seen in court today, I'm fairly sure that I know who has that disc at the moment. There's only one person it can be. Counsel, of whom do you request this search now? This guy over here, Mr. Ashley. Mr. Ashley Graydon, my lord? The defense demands that he be searched at once. Very well, I presume you will not protest, Mr. Graydon? Contraire. Unless this is another trap that I just fell into. Oh, dang it. It was revealed that Mr. Graydon... Are you joking? Then wait, who? remember what happened. Ow, my back. Oh, I got tricked again. Are you joking? Something unusual happened. Are you telling me they must have slipped the disc in Sholm's items? Pixel, think. Okay, I'm thinking. Oh! The shaking! When he was shaking him down, he must have... Oh my goodness! Could it be that he shook down... That when he shook him, he must have slipped the disc in? Oh my goodness, that's the unusual thing. But when you said unusual, the unusual thing that I remember is Mr. Sholmes doing that whole thing right there. It's in my armband? Oh, what do you know? My arm's bleeding. Of Mr. Nash Skulkin. Well, I never. Me? Him? I love those two so much. Very well then. Bailiff, restrain the witness and conduct a thorough search of his personal effects. Please, my lord. Oh, we made the right choice this time. But yes, chat, thank you for telling me to think. Sometimes I don't think. Sometimes I don't. Sometimes I. Scotland Yard has the object to this search.
Objection.
Unfortunately for you, Inspector, your objections carry no weight here. In this courtroom, only the prosecution and the defense have the authority to object. But Lord Van Zeeks, I have no idea what forces are in play that might influence your actions. But personally, I have no intention of obstructing the course of this trial. Bailiff, carry out the search. Oh, now hold on a mo. I don't know nothing about no disc. Cut it out! Ah! Here, my lord, in the witness's pocket, I found this. Good lord, that's another music box disc. I don't know nothing about it, nothing. That is the second music box disc left behind by Magnus McGilded. Is it not, Inspector Gregson? Udar! Mr. Skulkin, what have you saved for yourself? Gordon Bennett, I mean just Gordon Flamin' Bennett. I swear I didn't know nothing about that disc, honest to God. Counsel, would you please explain what exactly is going on here? The alleged deal that was struck was between this witness and this detective, no? Without question, my lord. Then for pity's sake, why on earth was this man in possession of the disc that the inspector traded for info? Inspector Gregson is a shrewd, calculating man who rarely loses his composure. But at one particular point in his trial, he exhibited some unusual behavior for a brief moment. I don't recall what unusual behavior. It was, yes, during my cross-examination of Mr. Graydon. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket? I admit to nothing of the sort. Oh. While Mr. Graydon answered my questions, the inspector appears to have grabbed Nash Golkin by his coat and was shaking him violently. Yeah, he did and all. Thought my noggin was gonna fall off clean off, I did. I was wishing I'd been born as me brother, I was. And what exactly happened to make the detective attack you like that? I ain't got a clue. He just suddenly turned and grabbed me whistle like that and just started shaking me. Why the blazes didn't you mention the third gun when you got down the station? That's what he said. Yelled it right down my ear hole, he did. Yeah, it's still throbbing now. The way the detective behaved then was extremely out of character. But looking back now, it must have been Dan that he did it. That was the opportunity Inspector Gregson created for himself in order to hide the disc. Well, bless my wig, he hid it? But I'm afraid I failed to comprehend the motive here. If the detective had acquired a disc he was after, why on earth would he then proceed to hide it in another man's pocket? This is a court of law. He could have submitted the item as evidence. It would appear, my lord, that the inspector was not at liberty to do that. Why ever not? As the man himself revealed earlier, his current assignment has some special conditions. My orders were, recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry, and do it on the QT, strictly hush-hush. Hush-hush, a top-secret assignment, is it? As far as we're aware, the info stolen comes from confidential government communications. It would seem that if info were to be revealed in court as evidence, it would be problematic. Does that sum up the situation, Inspector? I'm operating under direct orders from the ministry. I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to answer that question. So realizing there was a chance that you may be searched here in court, you took steps to hide the disc that you acquired from the witness. Does this mean he only pretended to attack Mr. Skulkin in order to get close enough to him, to slip the second disc into his pocket and slip him a quick kiss? So it was all a pretense. Gregsy, why? Gregsy, you were so cool, Gregsy. Why'd you have to stoop this low, Gregsy? Well now, Inspector Gregson, and you, Mr. Graydon, are you prepared to admit to the accusation made against you of this alleged deal? Admit to it, yours truly, please. Mr. Graydon, clearly our Eastern visitor has an uncommonly active imagination. However, there's no proof that I passed that disc to the inspector. But then, how do you explain the reason why you knew about the peephole? I'm under no obligation to explain. That just makes you more sus. Yes, I lied in my testimony. That I admit, so sentence me accordingly. But that is all I admit. Murder? Leaking government secrets? Striking a deal with a detective? All of it is this young Eastern's man's fancy. I have no idea what any of that is about. You what? Freaking Graydon. Well, what about you then, Inspector Gregson? Do you admit to making a deal with Mr. Graydon in order to acquire the disc? Chat, can I remind you all that I'm 3.5 hours in this part of the stream? That this whole section is 3.5 hours in. And we still haven't moved anywhere that much. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, as a Scotland Yard inspector, I will declare this and nothing more. I am acting in the best interest of the country. Whatever I've done, it's been in the name of justice. So, as members of the public of this fine country, I like to think that justice will be your guiding light when you're making your decisions. This is quite a quandary indeed. Rarely have I encountered such extraordinary tumultuousness in the concluding of a trial. Nevertheless, in the absence of any further evidence to be presented, I believe it is time that we put the matter to the jury for their final leanings. Well now, as a fellow servant of Queen and country, I must say I sympathize with the old inspector. Yes, he's a dependable man, I'm quite sure. In service, one becomes a good judge of character. Even crossing your eyes doesn't help when it comes to looking at this case. It's all blurred to me. Well, as a fellow professional, I like to put my faith in the detective, really. Graydon is highly skilled operator, stop. Currently in presence of idle, stop. Detective has very much trust in eyes. More than this, I cannot say. I don't believe it. These 6 jurors they're going to believe Gregson. If they declare the decision now, is Ginny going to be found guilty? If I don't manage to produce some definitive evidence right now, then we're going to lose. Either some proof that Graydon killed Mr. Windybank or stole those government secrets, or some evidence to force Gregson into admitting that he struck a deal with the witness. Well then, counsel, I think it's time I impose on the jurors to declare their final decisions, no? That is, unless you have some compelling evidence you have thus far not presented to the court. If I let the judge call out on the jurors to announce their leanings, Gina will be found guilty. So there's no choice then, Bruno. You have to throw some more evidence at them. This is it now. It all comes down to this. Who do I present evidence against? Gregson or Graydon? Wait, I gotta... Oh, this is tough now. What do I do? I have to choose between the two? But what do I present? What haven't I presented yet besides the manuscript? What do I do? If I leave it to the jury, that's just gonna be bad. I have to present evidence. Not the armband, Kane. Anything but the armband. Alright, I'm gonna try Inspector Gregson. Inspector Gregson, there is one final piece of evidence I would like you to see. Yeah, what's that then? If you refuse to acknowledge that you did in fact strike a deal with the witness here today, then you leave us no choice but to examine this piece of evidence thoroughly. Well, go on. This is my last chance. It looks like I'm going to have to force his hand here. One final piece of evidence to get this detective to admit to the deal he clearly struck with Graydon, not Grayson.
Take that!
The music box. If he has no problem with it, he has no problem with putting the disc in the box. Is that the music box, Counsel? Yes, with a disc already in place, ready to play. I think perhaps now will be a good time to listen to the sound produced by the music box again. Only this time, with the second disc we just discovered set in place as well. Goodness, this disc, Counsel? Oh. No, wait! I can't let you do that! Why not? Because it's got nothing to do with this case, that's why.
Objection.
Not true, Inspector. The defense has already proposed that the sounds heard by the court earlier from this music box were part of a Morse code message. We know that Morse code comprises of two distinct tones. The defense believes that the second disc contains the second tone needed to complete the message. And now we have a chance to confirm that theory. For crying out loud, Sunshine, we're talking about state secrets here. If you go letting the whole courtroom hear confidential info like that, it's treason. Then do you admit the charge? That in order to protect those state secrets, you engage in unlawful dealings with the witness? You're mad. If you let that secret info out into the public domain, you'll be making an enemy of the entire British government, you idiot.
Objection.
Let's not forget, Inspector, that you, a Scotland Yard officer, leaked confidential case details to a witness. Then you continue to lie to the court, and all because, by fair means or foul, you're determined to do your duty. Well, by all fair means or foul, I'm prepared to do mine. Dang. Don't you dare. I will stop at nothing and protect my client. I don't care who I make an enemy of. Go Naruhodo-san. My lord, if you please. The court must hear the sounds made by that music box. Come on, Ventix, for Pete's sake, stop him.
Objection.
Oh. Inspector, you should know my methods by now. I'm a prosecutor. I'm no Scotland Yard puppet. In this courtroom, my duty is to the law, so let me propose a toast to uncovering the truth. By fair means or foul. No! Very well, the defense's stance here and that of the prosecution has been made very clear, I feel. Therefore, in accordance with the defense's request, the court will now listen as this music box is set in operation once more. Oh, this time with the second disc in place and both discs playing simultaneously. Oh boy. Oh, listen to that. It's unmistakable now. It's Morse code. All right, I admit it. Whatever you want. But for the love of God, start that blooming box up! Wow. We got him. Let me ask you again then, Inspector Gregson. Did you, or did you not strike a deal with the witness next to you in the stand, Mr. Ashley Graydon? Specifically, did you furnish the witness with confidential case details in exchange for this disc? Did you reveal the existence of the people in the pawnbroker storeroom door, Inspector? I did. Gregsy, why? Stop! What are you doing, man? It's all exactly like the young Eastern lawyer said. When the trial resumed after the recess and we were stood here in the stand together. That's when he approached me with the deal. Shut up, you imbecile! Shut up! You there. You're the detective who turned up at the pawnbrokery the other day, aren't you? I may have something you're looking for, Inspector, with me at this very moment. So how about a trade? I suggest you accept. Or info that may make certain individuals uncomfortable will soon become very public indeed. I couldn't let that info become public knowledge, not under any circumstances, so I accepted the man's proposal and told him details about the case that should have put him in the clear. The people in the storeroom door and the bloodstains on the overcoat. By giving false testimony, this witness intended to have the defendant wrongly accused of murder. Inspector, you knew that. Yet you still revealed those details to facilitate the witness's perjury. I did. But then it turned out the people had only been made that night after the incident took place. Scotland Yard wasn't aware of that, if I'm perfectly honest. Well, Mr. Graydon, what do you have to say for yourself? There's nothing and no one left for you to hide behind. You struck a deal with the inspector in order to escape conviction of a very serious crime, namely this. You are the third intruder who broke into the pawnbrokery on the night in question. And you perpetrated the murder of the proprietor, Mr. Pop Windybank. You. Oh, traitor! What? Oh, goodness! Gregsy, no! Gregsy! Oh my goodness! That's the craziest breakdown I've ever seen! Restrain that man! At once! Holy flip, that's crazy! That's it then. That's it? Holy flip! It's all over. That was quite an animation. I don't know whose was crazier, like that or the guy, or yeah, but is it better than Giselle Britt's breakdown? Ascend or kill? I gotta go with the kill though. As a final like testimony, like a final thing. Craziest I've seen yet, but the ascending, yeah, kill, bing, ha. Well, holy heck, what a way to end it. I despised my life growing up. Those slums are vile places. I was cursed from birth, born into poverty, the son of a penniless artisan. My parents did nothing but quarrel all day long. What little money they had was never spent on me. So I set about studying to better myself, to one day escape from that hellhole. And you eventually became a communications officer. I admire your determination. But then you decided to try to sell government secrets. Why? Isn't it obvious? Because I wanted money. Even now, years later, the nightmares of my life in the slums wake me in the small hours. I wanted to drown them out with more money than anyone who lived in that squalor could ever imagine. Then one day I met him. Mr. Magnus McGill did. You're a fiend with a qual talent, so you are. I have money to throw your way if you're interested. All you need to do is go along with me little plan now. I was to steal the ministry's telegraphic message logs, and McGilda would buy them for a handsome sum. As I was responsible for inspections of the ministry's communication office, it was a simple enough task. The lure of the devil's offerings, how easy it is to succumb. You see, chat, now you know how I feel. The lure of the devil's offerings, money. But you must surely have realized the seriousness of the crime you were committing. And for that reason, I took great lengths to ensure that my actions were untraceable by using the music box. My father was a brickmaker, though my mother divorced him when I was still a child. Yes, Mr. Mason Milverton. That's right. He was very skilled with his hands. He'd once been a music box maker's apprentice. I imagine his skills would be sufficient to create a machine that could generate Morse code. So I sought out my father again, to employ his services. It was the first time I seen him since I left the slums 10 years earlier. Look at you, Ashley. What a fine gent you've become, eh? He was a different man to the one in my memory, a thin, frail old man. But poverty had never broken him, never corrupted him like it had me. I was sure that he wouldn't help me if I told him the real reason, so I made up a story. I've got some work for you, Father. I need some music box discs made. Music box discs, eh? A musician friend of mine has written some music he wants to sell to the public. I brought the score with me. There are two, actually. I'd be delighted, son. It's been 20 years since I did any work like this, though. Fetch my tools, would you? They're in the loft. That's how I had him make the two discs, thereby splitting the info in two. You were taking considerable precautions indeed. It was to protect myself as much as anything. It meant that I could deal with McGilda in two separate transactions. The first involved the first of the two discs and the music box for playing them. I exchanged them with McGilda for 10 guineas. Then on receipt of the second disc, he would pay 1,000 guineas. So, what happened on the omnibus 2 months ago was the second part of a deal, the exchange of the second disc. Yes, I sold the man info that way a number of times already, but it seems he came reluctant to part with his money. But that doesn't quite make sense, Mr. Graydon. For why was it on the omnibus 2 months ago, your father, Mr. Milverton, was the one dealing with Mr. McGilda and not yourself? When I received 1,000 guineas after my first completed dealings with McGilda, I decided to give 200 to my father for his troubles. But my father realized something was amiss. In time, he worked out that I must be involved in something dubious. And when he did, he said to me, "Next time there's an exchange, you'll let your old man do it, understand? Otherwise, I won't take your money anymore." And that led to his death. That was my father's way of dealing with it, I suppose. Climb into the omnibus, hand over the second disc, and take the money from McGilda. That's it. He had no idea what was actually on the disc I asked him to make. He never knew. Just like I'll never know why everything went so horribly wrong that night. All I know is that the disc was taken from him, and he never returned home. It was only then that I found out what sort of a monster McGilda really was. So after 10 years of not once uttering it, I swore on my father's name. To exact revenge. Revenge? Wait a minute. As anyone with even the remotest knowledge of the man will no doubt be able to imagine, McGilda brought all his wealth and influence to bear in the most despicable of ways. To crush any semblance of justice in his trial. The crime scene was tampered with, evidence was fixed, and witnesses were bribed. That trial 2 months ago was a farce from start to finish. My feet had barely touched British soil back then, and I walked into that hornet's nest completely unaware of the sinister background to it all. I want my son to be safe and not doing anything illegal, and I want money. I made plenty of money out of my dealings with McGilda by then, so I spared nothing in my arrangements 2 months ago. I knew exactly who to hire. If you're willing to pay the price, there are people in this city willing to do anything you ask. McGilded himself had shown me that. Or are you saying that? I think you have the picture now. After he twisted everything to his favor in this courtroom to ensure that he walked free, I took matters into my own hands and delivered the justice that monster deserved. Holy flip, he wasn't the one that burned up. Wow. That tragic accident following the trial here 2 months ago was planned and executed by yours truly. McGilded's death that day was caused by this man. Everything is ready, sir, if you'd like to follow me into the courtroom. What's this, officer? 'Tis sooner than I was led to believe. I hope it's not inconvenient, sir. There were some changes to the schedule. Well, I must be making tracks now. 'Tis time for the inspection. They're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. If I ask if I could be present for it myself. And then he died. So the policeman who came to tell McGill that he could examine the omnibus again. That's right, an an imposter hired by me. McGill did use this wealth to manipulate the trial. He paid people to adulterate the omnibus with all manner of false evidence. He threatened witnesses to lie in their testimony. He was sus. So I gave the man a taste of his own medicine once the omnibus was doused in paraffin. One of my sham policemen ushered McGilded inside and sent them on a one-way journey to hell. An eye for an eye. That's how I avenged my father's death. Oh, spine-chilling account indeed. But that wasn't the end of it for me. There was a loose end, you see. A loose end? Yes, I should think it's obvious. The second disc, which my father had taken to exchange with McGilded. Ah, yes. There was indeed no mention of it in the man's trial 2 months ago. Clearly because it had been removed from the scene of the crime. When I realized it was missing, I remembered something. Something from the first time I dealt with McGilded. This is the first of the 2 discs, and the music box you need to play them. Well, look at that now. What an ingenious little invention. So then, as promised, take 10 guineas for ye, young man. What's this? Wendy Bank's pawnbrokery? Aye, it's just a pawnbroker's ticket, so it is. You can use it to redeem an article I deposited there for ye. There's no need to give a name. Just hand over the ticket and tell the fiend the watchword. I put a jewel in pawn for ye. It'll fetch a good 10 guineas if you sell it, so it will. I've never heard of a pawnbrokery being used in quite that way before. Have you not, Mr. Graydon? London's pawnbrokeries are very useful places, you know. Each one is like an extremely secure vault. Aye, I'm Irish. Aye, what if I started talking like this in every stream, huh? Chat, how would you feel about that? If I started talking like this every time, so I knew if Daddy taking steps to hide the disc. So I knew if Dad, if he'd taken steps to hide the disc, it would be in that pawnbrokery somewhere. And that on the night he killed my father, he must have entrusted the ticket to someone. Yes, to Gina. I remember now, that's when we first met you at Windy Banks that afternoon 2 days ago. You had a description of Miss Lestrade written down. How did you know who you were looking for? From the trial, that pickpocket's testimony was clearly peculiar. Anyone could see that. I realized immediately that she was another of McGilded's pawns, that he must have threatened her somehow. I was fairly convinced that it would be her who had the ticket, so I started to make some inquiries. I had a strong sus the girl would have come out of the woodwork on the redemption deadline. And he was absolutely right. And yes, sure enough, she did. All I needed to do was wait until the girl went to Windy Banks to redeem the articles, but unfortunately, she redeemed only McGilded's overcoat and the 1 disc that was in its pocket. The all-important music box with the 2nd disc inside was missing, because it had already been forfeited 2 days earlier. But I was unaware of that fact. Had I not been, I could have avoided my nighttime excursion. Meanwhile, as our investigation into the stolen government secrets was progressing, we picked up on the fact that McGilda was involved. Inspector, you recovered fast. My orders were to recover the stolen info as quickly as possible, so we started gathering the fella's possessions and examining whatever we could lay our hands on. Oop. Hey, Sakura. Thank you for the raid. How you doing, Sakura? We had a full-scale investigation going on at the yard, but we had to keep it as quiet as we could. Then, when the inspector here took the disc from me in the pawnbrokery that day, I became nervous. I was sure the music box and the second disc were still there in the shop somewhere. By the way, chat, I can't tell that when people raid, that if they get ads right away or they can go to the stream right away. So I don't know if I'm talking to them in the middle of an ad or not. Twitch, I don't know what's going on. Twitch, talk to me, Twitch. So I knew that it was a race against time. I had to find those articles before the police did. Ah. You know, oh, you lost your Nuzlocke, Sakura? Ah, better luck next time, though. I've lost a lot of my own. Oh, and Great Ace Attorney is going well. I'm actually just done. I'm actually pretty much like at the end of the case right now. But wait, Sakura, did you finish the game? So that's what prompted you to break into the place that same night. With the help of your old friends, the Skolgan brothers. What happened that night in the pawnbrokery? I can only describe as a nightmare. While Nash and Ringo were searching the counter, I located the music box I sold to McGilda on the shelves of forfeited articles. And the second disc was inside? Yes, I slipped it into my pocket with a very deep sigh of relief. But then, something entirely unexpected happened. What are you doing in my shop? The bang. Oh, got it. Yeah, don't get spoiled. Get out of here, Sakura. Thanks for the raid, though. A gunshot rang out in the shop, and I felt a sharp pain in my left arm. The broker fired his gun, and the bullet pierced your limb. Yes, exactly. But unfortunately, I decided to bring my own gun with me that night, just in case. It's a Nerf blaster? Nerf! It's Nerf or nothing. Before I knew what was happening, I fired back. The man had already turned to flee. I hadn't intended to fire in this direction, much less kill him. But unfortunately for both of us, the bullet hit home. It struck him in the middle of his back as he fled through the storeroom door for refuge. A sorry tale. It all took place in the blink of an eye. I don't imagine Nash and Ringo even realized what had happened at first. I was terrified, so I fled. And that's the whole story. That's everything that happened at Windy Banks on the wretched night. So about that not guilty thing, can we just get it back to not guilty, please? Scale. Beautiful scale. Earlier, you called McGilda a monster. A man who used his wealth and influence to distort the facts and escape justice for the crime of murder. What tragic irony. For what you have done is exactly the same. You've become the very monster you saw and despised so deeply in McGilded. Yes, I think I have. Can't believe it. What an insane case. Well, this has been a long and exhausting trial. Yes, it has. Yes, it freaking has. However, it would seem that at last we have arrived at the truth. Inspector Gregson, what of Ashley Graydon? He's been restrained, my lord, and is being escorted to the yard. Cause holy heck, he'll be charged with the murder of Mr. Windybank. And the stealing of government secrets. I know, 4 hours, that's the crazy thing. Very good. And you, Inspector? Regrettably, you will have to face charges yourself. Hold on, chat. I have to start ordering food. It's starting to get really late and I'm hungry. Yes, my lord, of course. It transpires that you were complicit in helping a criminal escape justice. That fact remains whether or not you were doing so in the line of duty. The crime is a serious one, Inspector, and inexcusable. Now to the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. Yeah? It is time for the final adjudication. Is the jury ready for Mr. Foreman? Yes, sir. Garrett up squadron standing by, sir. This is really it now. The last push, the final call, the final whistle. My men are ready to deliver their verdicts. Imagine they all still say guilty. Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. You will now declare your final decisions to the court.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Guilty. Yay! Ha ha ha, that's the stuff. I'm off the hook. Finally, Runa, you managed to do it. Finally is the word. I really wasn't sure if we'd come out on top for a while there. Susie was right. You're the best lawyer in the world. Miss Lestrade, I'm not finished with you yet. What are you looking at me like that for? Before you start enjoying your freedom, there are certain other crimes to consider, Huh? 2 months ago, in my courtroom, no less, you gave false testimony, did you not? And in relation to the trial today, not only did you unlawfully enter Windy Bank's pawnbrokery, you also attempted to abscond with Mrs. McGilda's property, it seems. I never done nothing of the sort. Of course not. It's not like you were gleefully wearing McGilda's coat in your cell yesterday or anything. And just when I was getting excited about throwing a party for Ginny this evening, and turning our attention to the defense, determining that when played together, the music box disc contained the message in Morse code was, well, it was certainly a most unexpected revelation, counsel. Quite so, my lord. The prosecution was caught entirely off guard. In fact, I think we should applaud my learned friend's courage here today. I propose a toast to demanding that government secrets be disseminated before the entire courtroom. Very sorry about that. It was the only way that I could get Inspector Gregson to admit what he had done, so if I may say something on that point, isn't that it's about the sounds produced by the music box before. I do wonder if that was really Morse code at all. What? What are you saying, madam? Oh, well, it's just that I'm really rather fanatical when it comes to Morse code, you see. So much that the whole world seems to be covered in dots and dashes to me, in fact. Goodness, madam, an unhealthy level of obsession one feels. But I must say that in my opinion, the sounds produced by those two discs were nothing more than that, a meaningless series of two different tones? It was not Morse code? What? What? Can that really be? It wasn't Morse code after all? My lord, the defense would like to listen to the music box again. Are you off your nut? How many times do I have to tell you? Those discs contain minstrel secrets, sunshine. This courtroom is not an appropriate forum to discuss the nature of the government communications. We know McGilda conspired to trade national secrets with our enemies, secrets acquired from Mr. Graydon. Now that the man has admitted to his crimes, we have no need to pursue the matter further. But it's really going to bother me. Oh, Miss Lestrade? Yeah, my lord? That which you have seen today here in this courtroom has been extremely disturbing. Falsified evidence, intimidation, perjury, a grim catalog of depravity. An appalling experience to befall any child. Come on, it ain't nothing I don't see most days in the back slums. I beg your pardon? If you're weak, you pay for it. That's how life goes. Gina. But look, I reckon I've worked something out today. The world ain't fair, but if you wanted to change, you've gotta start at home. You gotta change how you are yourself. Well, that's a very laudable lesson, I would say. I eagerly look forward to the born-again Miss Lestrade never gracing my courtroom with her presence again. And then she'll be like the sus in the first case of the next game, I bet. Now, with regard to the murder of Mr. Pop Windybank, proprietor of a pawnbrokery business on Baker Street, I hereby declare that defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, not flagrant guilty. Yes! It's over! Let's go! Oh. Oh. Let's go! Woo! That's what I'm talking about! Ouch! Ouch! And that is all. Court is adjourned. Oh goodness, that was a four-hour stream, but we're not over yet. What was that? You'll never know. So are we just hanging out here now? On a personal note, I must say you surprised me, my far eastern friend. Despite being a Nipponese, you stopped saying that. You saw through the pretense to the malice that festered within that Englishman, and at the same time saw through the grime to the surprising heart of your English client. You have a curious talent for judging character, especially considering our very different cultures. I don't think there's anything curious about it. Whether we're from the Empire of Great Britain or the Empire of Japan, we're all human beings. We're not so very different on the inside. You know, I took this case for one very simple reason. To lock swords with you once again here in the courtroom. You did? When I encountered you for the first time 2 months ago, it reminded me of toasting friendship and trust with another Nipponese, only to find my trust betrayed. Through you, I hope to look into the eyes of the man I once knew and try to understand. Huh? You mentioned something similar earlier today about total betrayal at the hands of the Japanese. What happened exactly? Well, you may ask, and one day when the time comes, you will learn the answer, whether you like it or not. Alright, then I'll wait for that day if I must. Coming to be known as the Reaper of the Bailey, and my retirement from service 5 years ago, it gives me cause to wonder if our meeting has some deeper purpose. Don't expect an answer to every question. Well, I'm not gonna know how Susato-san knows about the manuscript. So farewell, my learned Nipponese fellow, until we meet again. I would just love how we were just hanging out here after court. Just hanging out like two bros. But that's the end of that. Yay! Time to celebrate. Yay! It's done. It's over at last. But where's Iris disappeared to? Gina! Ah, congratulations, Gina. I knew it all along. I knew that you were innocent. Well, you did what you said, Mr. Narado. You believed in me right up until the end. You're as odd as your name. What's odd about it? I told you I have faith in you, didn't I? No one ever has before, see? Kept a promise, I mean, properly. That's awful. I figured something out today. All me life, growing up in the slums, I've never trusted no one. But that's just because I've been scared of being stabbed in the back. I mean, the more you trust someone, the more it hurts when they let you down. Yes, I think I can understand that. After all, I had a taste of that in that trial 2 months ago. I chose to trust someone and paid for it. That betrayal left a big scar. You know though, Gina, I worked something out quite recently too. Trusting in someone else is really an exercise in learning to trust yourself. And when your gut tells you it's the right thing to do, and your trust is rewarded, there's no better feeling in the world. I think I have you to thank for reminding me of that valuable lesson. Oh, well, if you say so. Don't make a fat lot of sense to me, though. I'm trying to say that putting my faith in you, Gina, has been a real pleasure. For crying out loud, pack it in. But I suppose I sort of feel the same way. Aww. I mean, sometimes trusting someone else is, you know, alright. Thanks. This is the way I see it, Ryunosuke. A defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself. After this experience, I'm starting to feel like I understand what you mean. Kazuma, am I living up to your expectations? Am I turning out to be the lawyer you believed I could be? Pardon the interruption. Oh, are you joking? Is he still... But what the deuce does a man have to do to be noticed around here, my dear? He's just... that voice. It's too late for that voice now, Mr. Naruhodo. I've been standing here patiently in the corner of the room for an eternity. Ha ha ha, yes, it was me all along, I would have said when finally you noticed me. But you people with your incessant babbling. Duh, but Mr. Sholmes. Ha ha ha, yes, it was me all along, you see? Thanks for watching me strip down. I assume you've been taken back to the hospital. To be honest. Indeed I was, but I managed to escape again. Oh. I happen to be aware of one or two foibles of the doctor who was tending to me. I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily issued me with a leave of absence. How very above board. I mean, with how hospital bills are, I'd be escaping from the hospital too. But enough of my adventures. That was a fine victory, Mr. Naruhodo. Your tireless efforts justly rewarded, I feel. Congratulations are in order. As a close friend, I tip my hat at you. Oh, thank you. Some great detective you are. Being great at being cold as ice, maybe. Have I irked you in some way, Miss Lestrade? While you've been having a snooze in your nice soft bed, some of us have been fighting for our lives. Ah, well, that bullet did cause me to lose a substantial amount of blood, it's true. So I have indeed been feeling somewhat cold. Not perhaps as cold as ice, but, well, have a feel. Could you take your hands off my neck, please, Mr. Choking me. And in some way, I suppose, congratulations are in order for you too, Miss Lestrade. What's that supposed to mean? Why so half-hearted? Well, naturally, it isn't my intention to alarm you, but... An acquittal in a trial with that particular prosecutor is perhaps a little precarious. Well done, Mr. Sholmes. Not alarming in the slightest. Oh, the Reaper, you mean? Because anyone who's found not guilty in a trial he's working on winds up dead anyways, that it? The very point I was trying to make. As exemplified by the fate of Mr. McGilded, in fact. Ah, but of course, I pay no attention to such irrational drivel myself. Wait, there's special DLC costumes? What? Oh, we gotta do that. Yeah, well, it don't bother me. Oh, really? Of course not. The way I see it, the Reaper's a bit like him upstairs. Him upstairs? You mean, like God? Yeah, him upstairs know what's what, right? He knows what people are like on the inside. He wouldn't have got the wrong end of the stick. There are some coves like that bog trotter who are rotten to the core. At the end of the day, him upstairs make sure they get what they deserve. I suppose that's one way of looking at it. Divine justice is one thing though, the Reaper taking matters into his own hands and claiming lives is another. Well, I ain't like the McGildeds of this world, so I ain't scared. I got principles, see? A trait in you which is to be admired, Miss Lestrade. Lestrade. Boy, just give it a rest, alright? As I was saying, congratulations are in order. The news of your acquittal was very welcome news to me indeed. Let me express my heartfelt congratulations, Gina. Oh, he said Gina instead of Miss Lestrade. Well, there you are. He's dead again. Honestly, I went to the main entrance especially to meet you there. Ah, Iris, my dear, I do apologize. But wait until I tell you what happened. This pair made utter fools of themselves. What happened? As you know, I have a penchant for disguise. I was hiding in this room dressed as a bailiff. But these dolls didn't notice my presence at all. They had no idea. Can you imagine, Iris? Would you credit it? I'm not sure, really. I beg your pardon? I'm sorry, Hurley, but you just don't have the weighty presence you seem to think you have. In fact, you really ought to be careful about that. It's gonna land you in trouble one day. I'll be careful. Ouch. Anyway, it's such a shame. I was so hoping to throw a party for Jenny tonight, but you won't be able to come, will you? Don't look like I'm gonna be going nowhere for a while. You're the judge's batter. I got stuff to make amends for, apparently. All them offenses. What was it again? Breaking and entering, taking the box try to stuff what was in lug, blah blah blah. Yes, I think you'll find that basically being a pickpocket is the main offense. But diving ain't an offense, it's a job, ain't it? I don't think so. Still, it's got me thinking all this. Maybe I should start looking for another line of work. I mean, you didn't start off as a lawyer, did you, Otto? Well, no. But I was never a pickpocket. Well, anyway, I reckon I can make a change. I'm gonna do something for all of them lot like me from the slums. Something that makes a difference for them. That's a wonderful idea, Jenny, and I'm sure you can do it. What is it? Aww. Nothing. Miss Gina Lestrade. The prison carriage has arrived, man. Come with me to the rear gate at once. Right. Well, looks like I'm off then. Yes, goodbye, Gina. And good luck. Otto? Yes? Oh. Oh no! She's going to kill me! Ah! What was that for? I don't know. I mean, I don't know what to say, so... Ah, indeed. Perhaps the situation calls for a phrase hitherto missing from your vocabulary, Miss Lestrade. Duh? On occasions such as this. Oh, is this the objection ending? I would recommend a simple thank you. Oh, but I thought... Never mind. Well, I thought it was gonna be me yelling an objection and be like, that's the end! Oh yes, that's good advice, Jenny. Right, I see. Well... Oh. Thanks, Otto. Aww. Oh. Thank you for everything what you've done, for believing in me. Oh. That's so sweet. Not at all. In fact, that should be my line. Thank you, Gina. Aww. Protect that smile with the life of every person on Earth. That smile must be protected. Well, there she goes. I wonder if I'll ever see her again. Well, quite the indomitable pick purse. Oh, I nearly forgot. I bought a paper outside. It's a special edition and this trial is all over the front page. Pickpockets innocent proven. Isn't it wonderful? You should have shown it to Gina, Iris. She would have been thrilled. Oh no, how silly of me. Ah, but anyway, would you like the good news or the bad news? Ah, not again. Well, what do you say, Runo? Hurley? As usual, I think I'd rather get the bad news out the way first. Absolutely not. I have no intention of listening to anything but good news. And there you have it. How people answered that question says a lot about them, doesn't it? Let's not go there. Alright then, maybe let's start with the good news this time. The rain has finally stopped. It was a record level of rainfall, apparently. Well, that is good news indeed. We can journey back in greater comfort. What's the bad news? Alright then, what's the bad news? The huge storm has left the seas very choppy. The channel in particular is awful, so sailings out of Dover have been delayed by a day or more. Wait, Dover? If we had to... We can see Susato-san! Ah! Let's go! Thank you, weather! But... There won't be a train, surely. We couldn't be that lucky. Who do you think I am, Mr. Naruhodo? Mr. Sholmes? I rushed to Victoria Station early and made arrangements for a special express. If we hurry now, we shall be there in time for dinner. And I know of a fine restaurant that serves the most delicious baked sole. The great detective does it again. Indeed he does. I happen to be aware of a number of the rail transport director's foibles. What? I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man and he happily laid on the locomotive. Elementary, he just laid right there. Just an idea, but it might be wise to stop manipulating people that way. What are we waiting for then? To London, Victoria. Thanks to Sholmes being manipulative, we get to see Susato-san off. Ooh. Holy heck, this location looks great. That took somewhat longer than I had anticipated. Susie's boat must be about to leave now. Miss Susato, where are you? Over there, look! It looks like she's reading something. Oh!
Hold it!
Is she about to eat that book away, Miss Susato? Wait, what are you doing? She was about to throw away the script for Great Ace Attorney 2. Mr. Naruhodo, what are you doing here? We came as soon as we could after the trial. I mean, we heard that sailings were being delayed due to the bad weather, you see. Oh, I see. Then tell me, how did Gina's trial go? It went well. She was acquitted. That's wonderful, really wonderful news. The book you were about to throw into the sea. It was your Encyclopedia of British Law, wasn't it? Oh dear, I was hoping you hadn't seen that. I'm not worthy of practicing law in any way now, so I was saying my final farewell. You were saying goodbye to law? You, Susato-san? Would I be correct in assuming it's because of the peephole, Miss Susato? I deliberately altered the scene of a crime and then I tried to hide the fact. What I did is utterly unforgivable. That reminds me. How did you even come to have this, Susie? On the evening of the incident, Mr. Sholmes had invited Gina to dinner, if you remember. Oh yes, we had a wonderful time. Well, Gina gave us a little introductory lesson, didn't she? To the art of pickpocketing, I mean. Oh, that was so much fun. I stole Runo's armband. Yes, please don't do that again, Iris. That band's very important to me. Well, if it's so important, you should pay more attention to it. You didn't notice for ages. On a whim, I thought it would be fun to see if I could take the calf flapple-mat, so I put it up my sleeve. Really? And then I rather forgot about it until I found myself in Mr. Windyback's shop with it later that night. I see. And then... I didn't call Siri. Stop doing that. Mr. Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes! Leave me, Mr. Naruhodo. Right. After Mr. Naruhodo had left the shop, I started to think. That door started to play on my mind. The storeroom door, you mean? Yes, if Gina was anywhere in the shop, I realized it could only be behind that door. And at that moment, the little device that I had up my sleeve sprang to mind. I was so worried about Gina, I simply had to know. So you used the cat floppomat to make the peephole in the door. As captured in the photographic print at the shop by one of Hurley's red-handed recorders. Indeed, it was one of the first importance at that point. Precisely when the peephole was made, that info would prove to be Mr. Naruhodo's greatest weapon. Though naturally without proof it would have amounted to nothing. But when I looked through the hole in the door, the sight that met my eyes made my blood run cold. Thoughts started to run through my mind. I remembered the trial 2 months earlier, the trial of McGilded. I thought about how he manipulated the evidence and arranged false testimony to secure his freedom. It made the British justice system feel very dark and sinister to me. And then, a terrible thought occurred to me. What if some wicked criminal was planning to do the same thing now? Because from the appearance of the crime scene, it looked exactly as though Gina had shot Mr. Windybank. Oh wait, Chad, I'm sorry. I'll be right back in a couple of minutes. I gotta get somebody at the door. Give me a second. I'll BRB. Dang it, why don't I have the music ready? Alright, thank you for being patient, everybody. We're now back. Alright, let's finish this up, shall we? Even though I was sure she would have never done such a thing, you were worried that the true culprit would try to frame her for the crime. That's right. But then I realized it would be very difficult for anyone to give false testimony in this case. What do you mean? Well, the crime appeared to have happened behind the door of a locked room. For someone to claim falsely to have witnessed it, there would have been a way to see beyond the door. Ah. For which a peephole would be the very thing. Only the peephole I had made wasn't actually there until after the crime had been committed, of course. And the criminal wouldn't know that, so it wouldn't make any difference. But the possibility of a rather ingenious trap was there, was it not? A trap? Is that why she did it? So is that why you kept it a secret, Susie? You never mentioned that you made the peephole to anyone. Not even the police. I know, and I knew that at the time what I was doing was wrong, a criminal offense even. That's why I decided to confide in Mr. Sholmes. Ah, bar, I see you, Firebrand. Thanks for coming by. If Mr. Naruhodo was completely backed into a corner with no other possible means of escape, the truth about the peephole could save him. That was my plan. She really does think of everything, but but then why didn't you just tell me everything before the trial began? My dear fellow, you're not thinking straight. If she had done that, it would have rendered you complicit in the whole escapade. Escapade, that's the way. Ah. You could have been disbarred if you had been seen to have knowingly tampered with a crime scene, so Miss Usata decided to shoulder the burden of responsibility alone. For your sake, and Miss Lestrade's. Miss Usato? The truth is, when it happened, I did it because I lost a little of my faith in the law. Whoa. I was worried that the right person wouldn't be convicted of the crime, but the moment I allowed myself to think that is the moment I lost my right to call myself a judicial assistant. What you did isn't comparable to what he did. Graydon is the one who lied in the witness stand, that peephole as a way to implicate Gina. And besides, if the peephole inconsistency hadn't existed, I'm not at all sure that she would have been acquitted in the end. Miss Usato, what you did saved Gina's life. Well, with your kind words, Mrs. Naruhodo, you've saved me too from my regrets. Aww. Well, we must all be thankful that Miss Lestrade's freedom has been assured. Yes, exactly. Although some of the loose ends in that trial will continue to play on in my mind, I'm sure. But the revelation that the music box disc contained secret messages, Naruhodo. What a triumph to work that out. I'm full of admiration. Well, actually, that argument wasn't quite as compelling as I thought it was. Oh, it wasn't? There was a communications officer among the jury members, you see. A telegraph operator. And she said that the majority of the sounds on the disc were just meaningless tones. As one would expect, after all, we are talking about secret government communications. No doubt they were written in cipher to avoid being readily understood should they have been intercepted. In cipher? I see. So then we can never hope to understand the message anyway. Nonsense, my dear fellow. It's quite a zero-pi problem, I assure you. So... Wait, what? What? Well, that can't be a real word, can it? How funny. Wait, Iris, what did you say? Oh, I just said asogi. Wait, why did she... Wait, does that word mean something to you? Means something? Asogi was the name of my best friend. What? But how? How do you know that name, Iris? I wrote it down during the trial before, when the message was playing on the... Wait, what? Say what? She transcribed it on the fly? She really is a genius. I thought the message probably wouldn't be written out in plain Morse code, so I tried various ways to interpret it. But whatever I tried, the words just didn't seem to make any sense. That is, in English at least. Oh. It suddenly occurred to me, you see. There's more than one Morse code, not just the English variety. Various countries around the world have altered and added Morse code to use in their own languages. I don't believe it. Are you saying... That's right, I've only actually seen a chart of Japanese Morse code once before. But I think it's based on the Iroha Pangram, isn't it? And you mean to say that in Japanese Morse code, the message says asogi? Yes, I think so. Sorry, but I don't remember all of the Japanese Morse code. Iris, would you let me see that? Miss Usato, do you know it? Do you know Japanese Morse code? Yes, I spent some time studying it. Does everybody know but me? Because I'm quite sure Morse code will become ever more important for international communications. Then might I recommend, my dear madam, that you focus your efforts on the English version? Be that as it may, Iris, show me the message, please. Of course. But what can this possibly mean? Whatever is in that long sequence of supposedly meaningless dot and dashes, it's made the color drain from Susato-san's face. There's no doubt that this message is written in Japanese Morse code. So the British Empire has been used in Japanese for its secret communications? I don't understand the reason why, but the message appears to be a list of 4 people's names. 4 names? The first is Kei Asogi. Kazuma Asogi. What? Why is his name on that disc? The second is A Shin. Shin, I don't recognize that name. The third is T Guregusen. Guregusen. Wow, Guregusen. It would seem Tobias Gregson is the third man on the list. And what's his name doing in a secret government communication as well? Guregusen. And the last name? What's the matter, Mr. Sato? It's just so strange, so unexpected. Oh, what is it, Susie? Don't keep us in suspense. The last name is J. Wilson. John Wilson? Yeah, Iris's dad. It says only J. Wilson, so I'm afraid I can't be sure. Then after the 4 names, it reads, if I translate from Japanese, that is all 4. And that's the end of the message, or rather the end of what you noted down, Iris. Oh, I just can't believe it. Who would ever have thought that those discs contain Japanese Morse code? Not to mention a strange list of some disturbingly familiar names. It would appear that this particular message is a communication of some kind between Great Britain and the Empire of Japan. So Daddy could be in Japan then. Oh, where Susie and Bruno come from? Oh, well. No, it's not very likely, really, is it? I mean, there are thousands of people with the surname Wilson, and there must be lots of J's among them, Professor John H. Wilson, visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial Yume University. But we can't tell Iris about that now, we just can't. Because he's dead. This is so strange, somehow, in solving the case of Mr. Windybank's murder today. I feel like I've rolled back a boulder at the mouth of a very, very dark cave. I do wonder if perhaps it's a dark cave that we shouldn't go wandering inside. Maybe for the next game we do? Oh no, the ship is honking! Oh dear, the ship is going to set sail soon. Yeah, it seems so. I'll sail on that steamship first to the port of Dunkirk in France. Then I'll change onto a larger passenger vessel bound for Japan. You're really going then, Susie. We wish you a safe passage, Miss Usato. Thank you so much. I wish all of you the very best. Miss Usato, I had hoped to have you always at my side to guide me and support me. Mr. Naruhodo, please, come back soon. As far as I'm concerned, you really are the very best judicial assistant in the world. Aww. I'm quite sure. I'll be back before you know it. Really, Susie? Oh, now don't forget, Iris. I made you a promise I've yet to fulfill. A promise? About your manuscript. Ah. Oh yes, the Hound of the Baskervilles. Well, I'll be waiting for you then, Susie. A promise is a promise. Definitely, Iris. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? Do you remember the first time we met? Yes, of course. On the SS Burial when I was dragged out from that wardrobe, still half asleep. If I remember rightly, you threw me halfway across the room with a Susato takedown. You know very well that I'm talking about after that. It's strange, but being thrown together as we were in that case, I somehow felt straight away that you were the perfect person to continue Kazuma-sama's great legacy. Miss Susato. And my instincts were right. I really want to believe. No, I'm sure that. I'll be back soon. Farewell until then. But please do watch the credit sequence. It's a very nice sequence. Okay, gotcha. Thanks for coming, CB. Sleep well. She's leaving. Ah.
Somehow we seem to have come to the end of the adventures of Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
Hey Evie, how you
The
doing?
first volume, at least.
You came at the end of the game.
Looking back,
I hope
now,
you're doing okay.
it feels as though fate has led me on this journey.
Aww. Oh, there's Wagahai.
Fate led
Oh,
me to
you've been the
become a warrior,
lurks. Gotcha.
traveling
Gotcha.
halfway around the world.
Well,
to
good to
meet
know
a
that you've been
great
doing
detective.
well. I can't hear you. There's no
I'm sure there'll be
subtitles.
trials and tribulations ahead. Of course there will.
Trials and tribulations, huh? That's a throwback.
But whatever.
Oh, that is a
happens,
gorgeous shot.
I know I'll be able to turn my fortunes around.
Of course, Mr. Sholmes, of course.
After all, I have the greatest friends in the world on my side.
I'm a very cool streamer. Aw, please stop. Please do stop. That's not true. But I'm glad you enjoy your time here as always. And I guess with that, Great Ace Attorney 1 is the— oh, what? Ah, yes, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, Mr. Sholmes? I have some rather awkward news. When am I starting game 2? Oh, the railway company has decided to sue over the Special Express train, apparently. Huh? It caused such a commotion on the line, all the other trains had to wait at stations. But really, we would never have made it to Dover in time otherwise. Anyway, I explained everything and how it was all your fault. What? Huh? I believe a formal complaint should be delivered to your office tomorrow. But not to worry, my dear fellow. According to Miss Usato, you love defending yourself in court. Huh? It's alright, I'm perfectly happy to testify. He really didn't look like the sort of man who'd do something so outrageous. See? Oh boy. Mr. Sholmes. Committing violence. What's going on, Gavin? But yes, chat, let you know before— actually, I'll let you know after he does the thing, because he's gonna do the thing. A word if you don't mind. Why, certainly, any word you like. Spell it out, my dear fellow. Oh, yes, I love Bruno's words, and I know just the one he'll use here. Then, I really must say—
Objection!
and that is the end of the Great Ace Attorney. Yes, the game is over. The game has been set afoot, and now it's done. I'm done with the game. Let's go. Great Ace Attorney 2, who's ever heard of such a thing? That game does not exist to me anymore. I'm kidding though. In the following weeks, hundreds of music boxes arrived at Baker Street from all over Europe. Something was afoot, though it transpired I had ordered them all myself. So I advertised them for sale with used by Mr. Sholmes to solve an important case. And the money I've earned? Consultant detective work pays a pittance by comparison. Game 2, when? Not right away. It's gonna be after Danganronpa. I'm playing Danganronpa right after, so after Danganronpa 1 is done with. I don't want to burn myself out. I haven't slept a wink. This manuscript is due tomorrow now. When I'm this busy, Hurley usually cooks me breakfast. Well, cooks is an overstatement for some dry toast and insipid coffee. Let's see. But yes, I will be playing Danganronpa next. I don't want to burn myself out in Ace Attorney games. Because I played Phoenix Wright 1 through 3 back to back. And then I got burned out at Apollo Justice, so I don't want that to happen again. So, the thing is, what's happening is that I will not be streaming on Friday, basically. I will not be streaming on Friday, most likely, but Saturday I will. That's when Danganronpa is starting, on Saturday at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So look out for Danganronpa coming out soon. Because I got the game right here. I'm going to play on the Switch. The bear's too creepy in the game. Oh, Hosonaga, I missed the guy. I really hope he comes back in the second game. If Hosonaga does not come back in the second game, chat, I'm going to stop playing the game and uninstall it immediately. But yeah, I can't wait to jump into this game. We'll see how this goes. Feel free to check me out on Saturday if you want to check out some bear action, I guess. But I gotta say, what a crazy game this has been. I really enjoyed this from beginning to end. The characters have been great, the music has been phenomenal, and the animations, I have been enjoying them. So, we will see what happens in the second game when I get there. But we will see next year when I do get to that. But the thing is, I am going ahead of schedule because the thing is, I was planning to play Great Ace Attorney 2. No, wait, I was planning to play Danganronpa in January, but because of the way I'm going with my schedule now, I'm going to be focusing on one game twice a week, so Danganronpa will be on twice a week, depending on how the game goes. Like, if I enjoy the game, you will see more of it, but if I'm not enjoying the game, you're not going to see a lot of Danganronpa, so here's hoping I enjoyed the game. Here's hoping I enjoyed the Dango Papa. I'm really hoping. Because if it's not a fun game, I will destroy my friends, especially Blue Battlehawk. He will be the first one to be blocked, shamed, shunned, and destroyed. Can't wait for Danganronpa and Great Ace Attorney 2. They will definitely be happening. After Danganronpa, I will go to Great Ace Attorney 2, and I will be focusing on them twice a week. So you won't have to wait once a week. You'll be focusing them on a lot. QuickTime Ace Attorney. Oh no, I'm not good with QuickTime events. I think. I really have no idea. But it's good to know what the characters are doing up to now. I am reading them on the side while chatting with you, chat. But yeah, what'd you think about Great Ace Attorney? To those who played it, what do you think? To those who haven't played it but watch me, what do you think? Oh, Kirby in the Forgotten Land. I can't wait. I want to play the new Kirby game so bad. But I think that's going to be more of a recording thing, I believe. I think that's more of a recording series on my YouTube channel when I do it. But yeah, feel free to check out my YouTube channel as I upload mostly daily on my YouTube. If you like my streams, I'm sure you'll like my YouTubes. You challenge me, my boy? Wait, do what? I've been talking a lot, Gavin. What? Oh, you challenge? Oh, to killing you. Gotcha. I gotcha now. I always enjoy killing my friends. Do not use this in court, okay? Oh yeah, Gina's in jail now. But I gotta say, I've heard that between the first and second game, the second one has been better. I've heard that the second one is definitely worth a playthrough of sort. But like I said, I don't want to burn out. We will do it after Danganronpa though. I've heard that Great Ace Attorney 2 goes above all expectations. Like, I cannot wait. Like, literally one of the best Ace Attorney games ever in the series. By the way, the Skulkin brothers. I love the Skulkin brothers so much, chat. Some of the best characters in the series. The three Muskewatsits. Milking the neighborhood for all it's worth. As someone who's played the first of Ace Attorney and all the Danganronpa games, you'll hopefully think I'll enjoy Danganronpa. We'll see, chat, we'll see. All I need to know is that I got your support in watching me. If you're not watching me, then I know what game not to play anymore. I need to know that I get the numbers to become partner, and then I can take over Twitch. Yes! Yes! But we will have to wait for that though, but it will be a good wait, chat. It will be a good wait. Because if you're following a sloth channel, you gotta be patient. You gotta be patient, chat. Mario and Rabbids? I think that might be a YouTube thing, but I think I might stream it because I did play the first game on YouTube. Like I said, any games you got in mind, check out my YouTube first because I played a lot of games. So many games. Oh, where are we going? Where are we zooming in? Oh. That is such a great photo. Look at Waka High. Oh, that's so cute. Aww. Oh. What the? What's going on here? Yes, Citrix, I streamed it. I streamed Ghost Tricks. Oh, is it the rest of the voice act? Oh, this is the rest of it, though. Is there any importance in this, or can we end the stream already? Because this stream went on way longer than I thought, to be honest. Because holy heck, this took almost 5 hours. I streamed for almost 5 hours, and I don't usually go for that long. I gotta work in the morning. Well, oh my goodness, this has been a great game, though. Oh, goodness. But yeah, I hope you all enjoyed yourselves. Thank you all for coming to my stream. I really appreciate it. If you haven't followed, please do it for more streams like this. I will not be streaming on Friday, most likely, so I'll be back on Saturday with Danganronpa. That's right, the first Danganronpa game. I don't know how that game is gonna go, but hopefully we'll all have a lot of fun that day. So, thank you all for watching, everybody. If you watched me from the beginning or the end or the middle of the series, this has been a great game. I can't wait to jump into Great Ace Attorney 2 after we play Danganronpa. So, until next time, everybody, I'll catch you all on Saturday. Today's Wednesday, right? Yeah, either way. Bye-bye, everybody. Have a good night. Thanks for the support, and I'll catch you next time. Bye-bye.